Hello. I see you there, Kisa. How dare you be grooving in my chat? How dare you? But in a good way. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing pretty good, I think. A little bit on the Eeper end, but you know what? That's fine. But yeah, how you doing, Kisa? Also, while you're typing out, hopefully cracking open a cold one with the boys. Waking up. I've been awake for 3 hours now, but it feels like I just woke up. I did take a little bit. I took a little trip to my local game store, and I got some Ravnica Remaster. I'm not. Do you play Magic? Do you play Magic at all? I'm moving cards off my desks right now. But yeah, so I got some Ravnica Remaster at my local game store. I know of Magic had some people play Commander with. Okay, cool. So effectively, they did Ravnica Remastered because Murders at Karlov Manor, which is the newest set coming out, that isn't just a reprint, is coming out next month. And the story is interesting so far. So I thought we could try out something a little different today, because the big thing with the Murders of Karlov Manor is that it is a mystery, right? Like the story that they are making for it. So those side story, it's 10 chapters of the mystery, right? We need to, like, they are trying to solve what is happening in Ravnica right now, and it's very good so far from what I've seen. Like very small scale in feeling, which I think is a big benefit for it. That being said, it is a mystery, as I said, and I play a detective at LARP, so I must do my duty, my due diligence, if you will. And I figure that we could read over stories right now in Murders of Karlov Manor, and we can theorize who the suspects are. Exactly. We need to hunt for clues. So, with that, I think. Hang on. Should I actually should I make myself a little hat and pee? Hang on. Let's do this. Hang on. I'm gonna be a doofus real quick. Let's see. We're gonna get in the mood. We gotta get in the proper mood. You know what I mean? All right. Moving over here and image Hattie. I'm being a little goofus right now. Hang on a second. Hopefully this works. Hey, yeah, okay. Can I rotate this? Rotate. This works. It works. It's fine. It works. we got the hat. We are now properly dressed for detective activities. This detective's drinking Mountain Dew, Baja Blast. We're blasting in here. So, without further ado, hopefully I will be a good narrator, but it is, as we have seen with Inscription, for instance, sometimes I just kind of and have to restart, so it's fine. The sky over Karlov Manor danced with a dizzying array of colors, brought to life by shimmering cascades of magic. The Orzhov had purchased every Izzet pyre work in the 10th district, creating a prolificate display of power and plenty. See, it said, even those not fortunate or favored enough to have obtained an invitation, see? We have so many resources at our command that we can spend them on frivolities. It's hard for me to pronounce. Ravnica is safe now. We do not need to worry and conserve for wartime. It was a calculated expenditure, and every burst of color or illusionary blossom falling from the sky reminded the people living in the shadow of the Orzhov Syndicate who their saviors were. The gates stood open, admitting those guests who had chosen fashionable lateness over polite promptness, while lower-ranking guild members checked invitations and identifications, making sure no one snuck inside. A few servers in toned-down versions of the more elaborate uniforms worn by those working on the interior walked back and forth with trays of equally less elaborate starters, sharing the rare largesse of the guild with the less fortunate. Teysa, newest head of the syndicate, stood on the manor's highest balcony, watching the gathering throng and sipping from a glass of strong coffee laced with Bombat. So far, very strong start. I like this. Also, all the chapters are very pulpy in their name, although they relate to different guilds of Ravnica. So, for instance, this one's called This is Chapter 1, Ghosts of Our Past, which is very pulpy sounding, in my opinion. Soundless as ever, Kaya stepped up to next to her, stopping when she reached to the rail. Her glance downward was more calculating than Teysa's proprietary appraisal. Where Teysa looked like she was measuring the value of the people below them, Kaya looked like she was assessing how long it would take them all to escape should things go wrong. Also, unlike Teysa, her hands were empty. Teysa slanted her sidelong glance, eyes raking along the length of a barely presentable planeswalker form. Kaya had swapped her adventuring clothes for proper Ravnican attire, black and white with golden accents. The symbols of the guild, a pale splash across the right side of her chest. If not for the tensions in her stance, then the way her gaze darted from place to place as she assessed the plaza, she might almost have looked as if she still belonged. "Should have a drink," said Teysa. "You make me look like a miserly host when you walk around with empty hands." And there's the bad bitch herself. There's the bad bitch herself. Look at that! Hot as shit, boy. What? I just noticed this. Why is this here? That's a little weird. But look at this bad bitch. Hell yeah. Fucking love her. Teysa's hot as fuck, boy. I can simp. I'm not afraid to simp. But you are a miserly host. Is that how you pronounce it? Miserly? Miserly. There you go. Host. Kaya protested without rancor, or at least a calculated one. Every zib you spend on this gala will come back to a golden Xeno, or you're not the person who outmaneuvered me and seized the reins while my back was turned. Teysa smiled. I missed you. always seen me so clearly. Clarity gets easier with distance. Yes, and you were distant when the invasion came to Ravnica. Tasa's smile sharpened like a knife it was. You owe me this night, Kaya. No matter how far you've traveled, you're Ozov enough to pay your debts. When Ravnica needed you, you weren't here. If I'd been here instead of defending the multiverse, neither of us would have be here now, snapped Kaya. Don't you dare act like I was stopped caring about Ravnica because I couldn't be here. I was! Her voice faltered, turning thick in her throat, and she glanced down at her feet. I was doing my best. Yes, and tonight you do your best for me, said Taisa. The agency helped us to control and contain the chaos that followed the unpleasantness. Without them, we'd have far more than 2 useless guilds on our hands. All 10 might have been gutted by the invaders, and what would have become of our plane? So tonight, you smile when I say smile, and you bow when I say bow, and you remember your debts to the Orzhov, if you don't want to remember your debts to me. Okay, this is cool. They are actually acknowledging something that I was worried that they were going to ignore. Ravnica, so just to give a primer to those who may not know, Ravnica is a guild system. It's a mega city. Like the entire plane is one city, pretty much, right? The way it's governed is with 10 guilds, and they are bound via something called the Guild Pact, which is like a magical contract that all the guilds signed at Ravnica's inception in order to make sure that they function within the city and that they don't tear each other apart, even though they do throw hands every once in a while. In War of the Spark, the Gruul, which is the Red-Green Guild, turned on Ravnica and joined Nicobolas because they wanted to destroy the city. In the Phyrexian invasion, the Golgari, which are the people who deal with like waste management and food production, will all turn into Phyrexians. So the fact that they mentioned 2 useless guilds is really cool. I really enjoy that. Because, you know, it feels like there's a little bit more consequences. Even though it seems that things were are already kind of solved after the chaos of the Phyrexian invasion. This time, Kaya's answers look more. Kaya's answer was akin to a. Wow, that's a weird sentence. This time, Kaya's answering look was akin to a snarl, teeth clenched in a expression that seemed like it might actually hurt. She nodded her acquiescence, and when Tessa touched her wrist, she didn't flinch. I can't tell if they're lesbians. They have a lesbian energy, but like a toxic lesbian energy, you know what I mean? Come, old friend, said Tessa. I'd be a poor host if I didn't tend my other guests, and I haven't seen you eat a thing all evening. I'm not hungry, said Kaya. Being here unsettles my stomach. If you faint because you're too stubborn to eat, your debts remain unpaid, said Tessa. And even if you're too stubborn to enjoy the evening, I oversaw the menu, and I refuse to miss the strudel. She walked past Kaya to the door, leaning heavily on her walking cane, clearly expecting the beatings. She didn't look back. I pay my debts, Kaya said in a low tone and walked after her. The balcony door led to a well-appointed library, the wall lined with a ransom of rare books and gilded manuscripts. 2 lower-ranking guild members flanked the doors, keeping the party guests from just happening to wander into space they had been asked to avoid. Tessa nodded to them as she passed, a small, cool smile on her lips, and they stood at straighter attention, honored by the attention of the syndicate's leader. Neither of them gave Kaya a second glance, even as she dropped her symbolic coin into the plate held by the one on the left. So he matched her pace to Tessa's, looking back at them. How quickly to forget, huh? The world moves on even when you're not in it, said Tessa, beginning to descend the wide, gently curving stairs towards the ground floor. Revelers started the lower steps, goblets and small plates in their hands, jockeying for the silver advantage granted by a higher physical position. Tessa nodded to each as she passed, her small, cool smile never wavering. Kaya knew that smile. Tessa called it number 24. You are honored by my intentions. She had a moment to admire Tessa's unflappability, and then they were at the floor, cutting across the hall to a narrow side door, which opened onto the packed courtyard. The blast of sound and color from the outside wiped the moment away, replacing it with a dazzling array of Ravnica's elite. No one was so gauche as to yell otherwise expected delight of Tessa's arrival. Nods, smiles, and small lifts of people's glasses were all that she received as she led Kaya onto the cool night air, settling one hand on the taller woman's shoulder in a proprietary fashion. Too quietly for anyone else to hear, she murmured, "Don't embarrass me tonight. Remember why you're here." Together, they moved into the crowd. A coding error. This is a clue! A coding error! That they haven't fixed yet. The people of the courtyard had arranged themselves into almost eccentric circles, with each circle made up of people considered slightly less important than those on the next circle in. The outer circle, nearest the doors, consists of low-ranking guild members, most sticking to the groups they had come with, uneasy with the idea of trying to craft alliances in such public space. No such barrier existed on the next circle in, where the mid-ranked guild members swirled, moving from conversation to conversation with the grace and of the socially adept. Not every guild prized social acumen the way the Orzhov and Simic did, but even the Izzet and the Gruul had their public speakers, and those had been members chosen to represent them at what was clearly being treated as a social event of the season. Kaya abstractly surprised not to see Val Zarek, who she would have had expected to find representing his guild. Perhaps it was considered unfashionable to invite a planeswalker unless you had them properly leashed. No awkwardness or bad manners here, only dazzling worlds of Ravnica society. The very presence is a reminder of everything that made Ravnica worth preserving. See, they seem to say, we are still here, and we are still glorious, and we deserved salvation. Through it all, Tessa guided Kaya, pulling her effortlessly through the tiers of society until she reached the innermost ring. It had formed around the great form of Ezram, the massive Archon having occupied the center of the courtyard, where he was apparently deep in conversation with Lavinia, current head of the Azorius Senate. Yeah, a clue. It was a broken line of code. The highest ranking attendees among the guild stood at a restful distance in their own circle, chatting among themselves while they watched with predatory interest to see whether Lavinia was about to escalate their whether Lavinia was about to escalate their discussion to the level of verbal conflict. Ezram has never belonged to any guild, but as an Archon with several known associates among the Azorius, Lavinia assumed he would have one day see sense and join the Senate proper, murmured Tessa. Her words intended for Kaya's ears alone. Imagine her displeasure when, after the invasion, he took on leadership. Insult to injury, most of the associates followed him. A stroke of luck for the city as a whole, if you ask me. He's a brilliant analytical mind, above reproach, and not bound by guild affiliation. Kaya frowned. Can't be affiliated with the Senate. Why is Lavinia pestering him? Who knows? Maybe she's trying to win him back. Oh, Tulsamir! Tessa turned, suddenly all smiles, her hand slipping from Kaya's shoulder. Kaya seized the opportunity to duck away, moving towards the server with a small tray of bacon-wrapped asparagus spears and neatly plucked one from the assortment. The server, who wore Orzhov colors, looked at her with awe and a small measure of fear. "You're her," he said. "A former leader, the Planeswalker." "I am," said Kaya. She took a breath, setting herself. "Tessa asked me to attend the gala." "Didn't ask you to attend, dear. You're the next best thing to a guest of honor," Tessa said, looming behind her and whisking her away before the server could swallow his awe enough to say anything else. There aren't many people here for you to meet. You know them all, of course, but when you actually spend your time at home with us, there are many people you need to see. What the funny thing is, Kaya isn't from Ravnica. This is not her home plane, but it may as well be at this point. Her home plane, we haven't seen her home plane, but apparently has a big ghost issue. It first appeared on a invasion card from March of the Machines, and there was like a big Aurora Borealis that was filled with ghosts. Although Kaya did basically make herself home at here in Ravnica, because as it was stated, she made herself the leader of the Orzhov Syndicate, which basically made her a Ravnican, even if she didn't want to be. And Planeswalkers don't do well as leaders of guilds, because they tend to disappear often. Because, you know, the Planeswalkers, they tend to not stick around, even when you want them to. Kaya didn't resist Tessa's pulling her towards Tolsimir and Aurelia, who are apparently deep in conversation about the absent Demir. Judith stood nearby, shamelessly eavesdropping as she sipped from a flute of something pale and sparkling, a cruelly amused spark in her eyes. She was dressed in black and red, as always, standing sharply against the more elegant attired crowd. So since they didn't really specify who these people are, Tolsimir is, I believe, the leader, if not a hero, of the Green Whites Guild, the Selesnya. And Aurelia is the leader of the Boros, or one of the leaders of the Boros Legion, which is the Red-White Guild of Ravnica. Tolsimir and Selesnya, they also deal with food production, but they also deal with like ensuring there is a proper growth, especially like making sure that things are flowing properly, things are growing, that food is pure, stuff like that. Compared to the Golgari, which while they do make food production, their main priority is waste disposal. So most of the food that the Golgari produce is like mushrooms, potatoes, stuff that really grows well on compost, while Selesnya does like stuff like wheat and fruits and vegetables that otherwise wouldn't grow well in compost, or wouldn't need compost to grow. Aurelia is a big angel lady. She's kind of hot, but you didn't hear that from me. Sorry, I'm a girl lover. I gotta admit. She's like a big angel. She what's kind of neat is that her hair is red. It seems that depending on what guild you're a part of, an angel's hair will change color, and most of the angels are part of the Boros Legion, meaning they're all redheads. Which is kind of neat, because most of the angels in Magic the Gathering are blonde. Or brown-haired. And Judith is one of the leaders of the cult of Rakdos. Basically imagine a murder circus. Like, if you have ever read Homestuck, imagine Gamzee Makara, and that is basically Rakdos in a nutshell. Anyways, as Tessa approached, Tolsimir was saying sharply to Aurelia, "It's naive to think that Lazov is dead. That man will outlive us all. I don't know what he's planning, but he's planning something. Tessa, tell her Lazov isn't dead." As a fellow guild leader, I would be overstepping my attempt to summon his spirit without better cause than my own curiosity, said Tessa smoothly. I can, however, confirm that I haven't seen him among the departed, although it's been very busy, with all the spirits of the recently dead trying to settle their affairs, so few of them can afford the service. Is there no way to extend them credits? Asked Tulsamir. We've extended enough credit towards the resolution of this crisis. Would you have us bankrupt ourselves for the masses? A vast topiary panther lumbered by, its leafy tail swishing over the heads of the continued unvegetable way. On its vegetable way. That's such a weird way of using the word vegetable. Kitty. Ooh, it has a little rose. That's cute. Yes, the risk of bankruptcy is plainly very near indeed. She flicked a hand in a dismissive gesture, brushing the topic aside as she inserted herself into the discussion. But I see you brought your own trophy, brought your trophy of the evening. Hello, Kaya. How have you been? Started any invasions recently? Were you aware whenever you're in the city, all the guilds active are... holy shit. Were you aware that whenever you're in the city, all the guilds activate our crisis management divisions? We didn't start the invasion. We stopped it, said Kaya. Ravnica is part of the multiverse. It always has been, even if it used to be possible to pretend that Ravnica stood alone, what impacts other planes will impact here. We fought as hard and swiftly as we could. Ravnicans died, said Judith in a levity gone. So did planeswalkers, said Kaya. I lost friends in that fight, same as you did. Not only to death either. Ravnica doesn't grieve alone. Judith opened a mouth to answer and stopped as Kaya looked at her. There was a wall behind the planeswalker's eyes that hadn't been there on the last meeting, an unbreachable barrier keeping Kaya in and the rest of the world out. It was as if she had slammed shut at some point during the invasion and had yet to remember how to open. Unsettled, Judith looked away. At the center of their loose circle, Ezram's mount rose, shaking its great wings to settle the feathers, and prowled away. Ezram, seated firmly on its back, Issa returned her hand to Kaya's shoulder. You have to excuse us, she said. It's almost time for the keystone event of the evening, and it wouldn't do to risk our hero missing the moment. Kaya glanced downwards at her feet. You do keep things ticking away by the numbers, said Tomek, keeping peering at Tace's other elbow. Judith's smile returned, more assured now. Oh look! 3 leaders of the syndicate in line. Which one do you suppose balances the books best? Oh, I'm sorry, Tomek. Is it now for you? My husband's guild is not my own, said Tomek stiffly. Issa, we're needed on the ground balcony. Oh yeah, Tomek's gay. Canonically he's gay. Like, hang on. Let me look up Tomek. Tomek. Ravnica. Tapnica. So, Tomek, what's cool, so like you can sort of see it here. Let me see if I can like open the images. So you see this little red band here. So he is part of the Orzhov Syndicate. And then Ral Viceroy is part of the Izzet, which are like wizards, inventors. They keep the power of Ravnica going. They're basically steampunk wizards. Meanwhile, Orzhov is the bank. If you notice here, there's a little band here. And then there's this little band here. And it's super cute because they have bands of each other's clothes. It's super cute. I love it. I love the relationship. It's super cute. Duty calls, said Tessa, pulling Kaya with her as she turned away. You owe me for that, murmured Tomek once they were far enough from the other guild leaders to not be overheard. They didn't need rescue, said Tessa. Even if I had a hero at hand. Kaya would have saved me. Hang on, there's a fruit fly. I'm like fighting it. Kaya said nothing, allowing herself to be pushed along. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched the people they passed reacting to her presence. Some shied away, as if her spark might turn contagious and whisk them off to other planes when they were needed here. Others watched with disdain or with avarice. None were emotions she was used to seeing on these particular faces, and she found it best not to react, not to let them know she saw. Tessa's hand was an almost comforting constant, guiding her through the crowd, even if she did insist on introducing Kai as Orzhov's own hero of the multiverse every time the opportunity presented itself. Tomek, at least, seems to understand Kai's discomfort. How could he not, when Raul was one of those who grieved the losses of Ravnica when Raul was one of those who grieved the losses Ravnica would never know, the lives lost, the sparks extinguished, all to feed the Phyrexians' endless hunger. He walked in silence, not joining Tessa's self-serving introductions, but not stopping her either. After a journey that felt at least 5 times longer than it was, they reached a shallow set of steps leading up to the grand balcony. Ezram was already there, and Kaya felt a pang of envy for how effortlessly he passed through the crowd. No one wanted to interrupt an Archon on a mission. A guild leader and a so-called hero, however, they felt perfectly comfortable stepping in front of. Tessa began to climb the stairs, leaning more heavily on her cane. Tomek stepped back, unable to assist his superior without it looking like a comment on her fitness, even as her hands on Kaya's shoulder gripped tighter, using the other woman for stability as much as anything else. Kaya glanced at her. Is it hurting you? No, said Tessa. Stairs just grow challenging as I get older. Nothing worth fretting about. Here. She doesn't really look that old. Oh yeah, what's up, Aaron, bro? As they reached the top of the stairs, Tessa stepped away from Kaya, gesturing her towards a spot in the line of Orzhov's law mages and actuaries who had come to observe. Tomek moved to the line as well, settling to Kaya's left and giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. She shot him a brief smile and thus missed the moment when Tessa stepped up to the balcony rail, casting an unobtrusive enchantment that amplified every word she spoke until it filled the entire courtyard. Citizens of Ravnica, welcome to Karlov Manor, she said. The crowd applauded, some politely, others with more enthusiasm. Although none showed more enthusiasm than the goblin in gaudy finery who had stationed himself near the dessert table, forcing anyone who wanted something sweet to subject themselves to his attempt at networking. Tassa's expression hardened for an instant when she saw him, before snapping back to a perfectly unembellished serenity. Wow, I am like super tongue-tied. Hang on. Wetting the pipes a little bit with some Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I know I asked a great deal of you all when I requested you step away from your own guilds and duties for an evening at the Orzhov's hospitality. I hope we have lived up to your high expectations. Tonight's purpose is twofold. Tonight we celebrate Orzhov's own former leader, Kaya, for her role in the salvation of Ravnica and the multiverse during the Phyrexian invasion, during which she fought with us. A more restrained wave of applause met the statement. Recognizing her cue, Kaya took a half step forward and waved, biting the inside of her cheek the whole time, as if that fight was something she was to be celebrated. Survival, yes, but the battle, no. The applause died down. Kaya stepped back. Tessa smiled at the courtyard once more. But perhaps even more importantly, tonight we honor the members of Ravnican Agency of Magic. Hang on a second. Magical Logical Investigations. That is a fucking word of all time. This time, the applause was raucous. The roar rolled on and on, seemingly without end. Tessa stepped aside, ceding her place to Ezram, who moved into position with gravitas that was only tangentially connected to his imposing size. Half mantling his wings, he looked at the crowd and rumbled. We are privileged to serve the city of Ravnica in whatever means are open to us. By helping to bring order to the chaos the Phyrexians left in the wake, we have done no less than should be expected of any citizen. But as we have served the city has also served us, and we've been honored by your support, and yes, your funding. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Kesu, who had acquired a flute of Cassarda from a passing server, offered him a smirking salute, taking the ribbon with good spirits. Kaya couldn't help but think Ezra would pay for that later, behind closed doors. Kesu would absolutely tear the strip out of an Archon looking for restitution she had thought she had caused. Wow, hang on. Also looking up Ezra, I'm forgetting who he is. Ezrim, Archon, MGG, who is this dude? Oh, it's this guy. Well, it's not. Hang on. Yeah, it's this dude. Or like these guys. I think he's like a giant. It's weird. I don't know. That was why she was so well suited for the leader of the syndicate. Better suited than Kai had ever been. Ezrim was still speaking, but the names he cited meant nothing to Kaya. The first 6 or so were clearly people not in attendance, as none appeared to accept the honors. The next 3 stepped out of the crowd and up to his side, standing proudly as he set a heavy hand on their left shoulder and thanked them ceremonial for the part they played in the investigation. They looked pleased by the praise, and even more pleased by the small purses handed to them by Atessa, who didn't flinch at the act of giving money away. The guild clearly stood to profit even more from this show of unity than Kaya had been assuming if cash rewards were part of the proceedings. Ezra cleared his throat. The sound rolled across the courtyard like the beginning of a storm. Many of you were present last month when a Gruul god broke loose of guild control and wreaked havoc across the 9th district. Ansrag could have continued his rampage for days, and we've been reliant on the guilds for immediate support. With the quick thinking and action of investigator Kellen, there he is. So, okay. Let me finish this. And his team brought the rampage to a halt. The god had been properly contained with his evidence within an evidence capsule. Kellen, please approach. So, slight context, Kellen is kind of like the new protagonist of Magic. Like periodically there'll be like protagonists in Magic. So like at first it was Urza, then it was the Gatewatch, primarily Chandra and Jace. And now Kellen is the new protagonist. He is from Eldraine, which is a plane of like fairy tales. And he is actively looking for his dad, who is Oko, a planeswalker from the original Eldraine set. Kellen is not a planeswalker. He does not have a spark, but he is able to travel the Omen Paths. So far he's been to Eldraine, obviously, Ixalan, and now he's in Ravnica. Presumably he's going to be in, I'm forgetting what's next. I think it's Bloomburrow, but I don't think so since Bloomburrow is like, everything's super small and he's like fucking giant. Hang on 1 second. Alright, I'm back. When many, so him being here, and he's kind of like he's very good-hearted, so it makes sense that Kellen is in this agency of sorts. I also cannot see Kellen being a guild member. His stay here probably isn't going to be too long. The crowd applauded again as a slim, dark-haired man in a blue tunic and coat stepped up to Ezrim, clearly uncomfortable with the eyes of the crowd upon him. Kaya could sympathize. Also, this is later, because Kellen is 16 in Eldraine. I think he's like 18-ish? Or I think it's 18 or 17 in Ixalan. So the fact that they're describing him as a man here instead of a young man kind of implies that Kellen is an adult now, which makes sense because Kellen Ravnica. Let's see. Let's see how he looks in Ravnica. So yeah, this is how Kellen looks now, right? So like very adult man, like an adult ass man, compared to how he originally looked, where he had baby face still. The agency thanks you, Ravnica thanks you, and I thank you, said Ezram, placing a hand on Kellen's shoulder. Kellen managed a nervous smile before Ezram took his hand away and Tessa handed him the purse. Then, with a speed barely shy of impolite, Kellen fled the balcony for the stairs, brushing past Tomek and Kaya. Wish I could do that, muttered Kaya. Tomek laughed quickly, quick and unamused. This has you on tight leash tonight. I'm a hero for the evening, Kaya sighed. I wanted to be reminded of the invasion at every turn, but she says I owe the guild for not being here when it happened. And honestly, she's not wrong. Raul wasn't on New Phyrexia. Raul didn't see how bad it was going to be. Jace. She shuddered, shaking her head. For weeks, I saw him every time I closed my eyes. He fought as hard as he could, but he lost. And because of that, we all lost. Consume coolant. Why, don't mind if I do, Mr. Lex Temporis, or... I apologize. I don't actually... What's the honorific for a non-binary? Let me look at that. Mixter Temporis? I'm looking this up now. Hang on. Non-binary honorific. Sir, but S-E-R, like Sare. There we go. Sarah Lex Temporis. There we go. Anyways, I digress. I got distracted. It was an impossible fight. Maybe Tasis was still distracted talking to Ezram, having dispelled the enchantment amplifying their voices. Kaya eyed them. I think this is where I make my escape, at least for a little bit. When Taisa asks where I am, tell her I went to raid the buffet, will you? I am going to do something real quick. I am going to shed some of my shell, because I moved a little bit in my room. I will, Tomek said. Thank you. She turned on her heel and slipped into the natural gaps of the crowd as the crowd formed as it holy shit, let me try that again. Thank you. She turned on her heel and slipped into the natural gaps of the crowd as the crowd formed as it eddied, I guess, I don't know. Halfway down the stairs, she passed Kellen, now smiling uncertainly at Zagana and Vanifar as they fixed him with two sharp eyes. Taking his measure, they looked ruffled and unhappy, as if he had interrupted something by coming too close to them. Vanifar and Zagana are the leaders of the Simic Guild, the Blue-Green Guild. Well, more accurately, Zagana is the former leader, Vanifar is the current leader. And Vanifar is a bad bitch. I am extremely gay for Vanifar. Like, look at this. Look at this beautiful woman. I am extremely gay for Vanifar. The fucking jellyfish lady, my beloved. Kaya knew the pair had been on poor terms since Vanifar unseated her predecessor. Seeing them here together was odd. I'm quite sure you're not that Detective Proft everyone's been talking about, Zagana asked. I'm sorry, said Kellen. I'm not sure precisely who that is. His eyes, darting wildly from side to side, fixed on Kaya. But I've been meaning to speak with the hero of the hour. Would you excuse me? He ducked between the pair, not waiting for their reply, and rushed to Kaya's side. Kaya looked at him, bemused. What did you need to talk to me about? Getting out of here, he said. Forgive me, but I look for clues for a living, and your expression tells me you're as uncomfortable right now as I am. Kaya blinked, startled into laughter. No wonder they honored you. I was heading for the buffet. Escort me. Ellen took her arm with a visible relief, and the pair descended to the ground level where, somehow, impossibly, Tayson was waiting next to the buffet, her attention fixed on the gaudily dressed goblin intently as a cat might fixate on a bird. Payment, she was saying, as the pair approached. The goblin looked nervous. I acquired my invitation through legitimate means. Didn't say you hadn't, said Taysa. Only that there might be better uses for your resources than worming your way into celebration unrelated to yourself. Think, Krenko, you owe the Karlovs. Not the Orzovs. The Karlovs specifically. Interesting. Kaya focused on Krenko, eavesdropping without shame. You get your money, Karlov, said Krenko, nervousness fading. In full and with agreed upon interest. For tonight, I am an invited guest, and this reflects poorly on your hospitality. I think what you need is focus, said Taysa. A lack of distractions, perhaps. She would have said more, but the ruckus broke out above them, catching everyone's attention. On the balcony, Ezra watched impassively as 3 members of Taysa's security dragged away a shouting centaur dressed in the colors of the Gruul clans. The centaur was clearly enraged, struggling to break free. No right, he howled. Azrag is our responsibility, our god, and he must be returned to us. He acted only according to his nature. Kyrie turned away from the scene, focusing on the distressed Kellen. Nothing ever really changes, does it? She asked. Puts on a new coat and calls itself remade, but it's the same under the surface. I don't quite understand. I'm sorry, said Kellen. She shook her head with a small, bitter laugh. It's fine. I just realized that all that really changes is the faces you don't see anymore. The people who leave you. I mean, Yaris. He's been trying to get to us to release his god since we detained him. We've tried explaining that we'll release Anzrag to the Azorius once the investigation is complete, and he should talk to them. But he doesn't seem to care. On the balcony, Yar's shouting had been replaced by silence. Kyra turned to see him dragged out towards the gate, still fighting his captors but no longer howling. Instead, he glared murders at Ezram, never taking his eyes off the massive Archon. Aurelia walked up to the buffet, wings half-mantled, and Kaya had time for one bitter thought about how all of the people she most wanted to avoid seemed to be following her before Aurelia was headed toward Fortesa. Saying in a cutting tone, this investigation should be in the hands of the Boros. We know how to maintain peace without causing unrest with the guilds. Kelly made a sound that could have been interrupted as a scoff, or interpreted as a scoff. Aurelia wheeled towards him, wings spreading wider, and Taysom moved to intervene. Kaya saw her chance. She ducked around the buffet and through the door on the other side, passing servers with fresh trays of canapes as she made her escape towards a set of stairs half concealed behind a marble column. It wasn't until she reached the top of the stairs without anyone stopping her that she paused, took her first unrestrained breath since the party began, and asked herself where she was going. Back to the balcony where she had been with Taysa, high above all the chaos and the noise, where she could think. Moving fast as she retraced her earlier steps, pausing only to bribe the guards at the door and step back out into the evening air. The sky was beautiful, although the ongoing fireworks blocked the stars. She would have liked to see the stars. She always liked the Ravnican stars. She leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. She could leave. It would be so easy. Unlike some of the people she cared about, her sparks still burned as bright as it ever had and would reach across the blinding terrains to carry her wherever she wanted to go. She could return to Kaldheim, see how Tyvar was adjusting to his new limitations, or head for Dominaria, or Innistrad, or Alara. There were no limits. She didn't have to stay here. She felt herself beginning to reach, desire becoming reality, and stopped, opening her eyes and digging her heels into the balcony. This might make her point in the worst possible ways, but she was also right. Ravnica needed her most. I allowed her own sense of what mattered to take her away. If she stayed, she might have been able to shape the Orzhov into a more force of good. If she refused her position on the strike team so someone else could hold it, maybe they would have been successful. There was no way of knowing, but if she stayed here, she might have changed everything. Kaya moved towards the edge of the balcony, resting her hands on the rail, and looked down. The conversation by the buffet had escalated to an arm and wing waving and raised voices, but Teysa wasn't there. Neither was Judith. No matter how she scanned the crowd, the woman's eye-catching red and black eluded her. Ooh, that's a little sus. That's sus. Her breathing leveled out as she watched the people move below, safely distant, unable to reach her. She had just started to feel like she might be able to go back downstairs when a footstep behind her caught her attention. Returning to see Teysa approaching. The other one wasn't smirking for once. Teysa wore an expression of uncharacteristic seriousness. Kaya, there you are. I just needed a moment to breathe, said Kaya. I understand. This is a lot to deal with, even for me, and I know the invasion hurt you as much as it hurt us, but I'm glad I found you. Teysa took a breath. Oddly steady breath. Took a deep, oddly unsteady breath. There's something I need to tell you. Something important, and I needed to catch you alone. We were alone before. Not really. Teysa waved a hand. Before the gala began, there were people lurking to make sure I didn't need anything. Needed to be alone. Alright, what is it? Teysa started to reply as a scream rang out from the inside the manor, drowning her words and shouting in the moment. I didn't pause to think before running down towards the sound. This time, if Rabbit needed her, she wouldn't let them down. Okay. So not much. There's not much to note on here for like the mystery aspect of this situation. We need to see who actually died. I think. If we see who actually died, this may change how I am thinking about the situation. Because right now, it feels definitely like they're setting up a lot of suspects. Like, for instance, the Demir not being present is sus. Judith disappearing is sus. Yes, they are doing a tie-in with the Clue board game. It's like a Jumpstart thing. It's fucking whatever. I don't care about it. If anything, I'm going to buy the lead pipe because I think it's extremely funny. Kaya ran through the manor as swiftly as her legs could carry her. Teysa still caught up quickly, moving with a speed that Kaya knew would cost her later. But Teysa had been running alongside the much younger, fitter planeswalker. She had been drawing deep on her magical reserves. That sort of thing always came with a price. The pair came to a stop at a tall, ornate door, still closed despite the ring of servers and household servants standing outside it. They looked uniformly relieved when they saw Teysa and Kaya charging down the hall. Well, Teysa demanded, why are you just standing around? The door was locked, ma'am, said one of the servants. Orisa's gone looking for the key. Okay, I don't think that's a character, but I'm just double checking. Larissa, Magic the Gathering. I don't think that's a card. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, no, it's not. We don't have to worry. So she's not. Yeah, she's not a character. Don't worry about it. She's just a name. How do you not know where the key is? Seeing that Teysa's temper was hanging on the thread, Kaya set a hand on her arm. Easy, she said. I don't need keys, not even Karlov Manor. She caught a flicker of something in Teysa's eye and paused. Unless this ward is warded against ghosts? Much of the manor is, as a precaution, said Teysa. You might be able to come through the floor, but even that would be a questionable approach. Great, so someone's in trouble, and we're just going to stand around. Teysa's pleasure was radiant, and for once, Teysa had no answer for it. No one spoke. The seconds stretched into minutes, becoming intolerable. Teysa cast an uneasy glance at the door. The screams that had drawn them had been loud and piercing, the sound of someone in genuine danger. And for all that, the locked room was silent now, without even a hint that someone was moving around inside. They were still standing there, waiting for Larissa to return, when Ezrim came galloping around the hall. the massive Archon easily filling all available space. His mount, long primary feathers, swept household items and bric-a-brac off tables as he passed. "We're the scoops on the balcony," he said. "It took me a moment to find a door that could accommodate me. What has happened here?" "My apologies, Ezra, for the disruption," said Tessa, "while waiting for one of my servants to return with the key. If someone is hurt or a crime was committed here, waiting is not in our best interest," said Ezra. He raised a foreleg, looking meaningfully from the door to Tessa as he waved for acquiescence. Tessa didn't hesitate. He'd always bill him later. "Break it," she said. 2 heavy blows and the door snapped off its hinges, breaking clean in 2 as she fell inward. Kaya rushed forward, faster than Tessa now that the other woman wasn't using her magic to speed her steps. The servant hung back, waiting for the all-clear one, while Ezra would dearly love to have accompanied her, if not for his size, pacing the hall outside. All of them heard Kaya's quickly cut off gasp, followed by frozen silence. Okay, also just to specify, Ezra is fucking massive. Ezra is huge, with like a capital H. He's basically like a living statue. Like an Archon in Ravnica is like the last line of defense for Ravnica against unsavory forces. So yeah, that's why he can't go inside, because he probably would not fit through the door. Tessa couldn't allow the moment to linger. "Kaya," she called. "Kaya, are you alright?" I appeared in the doorway, face grayish with pallor. I'm fine," she said. "Tessa, send someone to find Vanifar." Under other circumstances, Tessa might have reminded Kaya that she was no longer in charge. Allowing a former guildier to give her orders could undermine her authority in a dangerous way. The look on Kaya's face stopped her cold. All of you go," she said, looking on the servants. "Find me Vanifar, the Simic Combine, and inform her that her presence is required. If she asks why, say that I only need to speak with her immediately." Kaya appeared satisfied with this. She turned, vanishing back into the room. Tessa sighed before nodding politely to Ezra. "My apologies, Ezra. I don't think the room is large enough for you to join us." "I understand," Ezra said, and looked to the remaining servants. "Find me one of my detectives. The agency will be represented here, and I will wait here and watch for the signs of trouble." With that, he sank to the floor, assuming a guard position. There could be no better security than an Archon. Tessa turned, taking a deep breath, and followed Kaya's path into the room. It was one of the many sitting rooms scattered around Karlov Manor, intended for entertaining guests or conducting business negotiations. The celebrations making such gatherings impractical and unlikely, this one had been pressed into use by a cloakroom of sorts, filled with the coats and cloaks of attendees. Kaya had stopped just inside, eyes locked on the pile of coats at the center of the floor. No, not the coats. What was right on top of the coats? Tessa stepped up next to her and froze, hands tightening around the handle of her cane until it looked like her fingers were going to break. The Ghana of the Sim Combine was artfully arranged at the center of the pile. While there were no signs of struggle around the edges, there was none around her body. She was posed as prettily as a doll, her left hand raised and level as to her face, which was turned slightly to the side. If not for the fact that she was so clearly wasn't breathing, it looked like she was posing for a portrait of herself in repose, fin and hair arranged in the best possible advantage. That's her corpse, I imagine. "He's dead," said Tessa, and Kaya nodded in silent agreement. There were no visible wounds or signs of foul play, but they were of the Orzhov. They knew death was when it was presented to them. The coat around Zagana's body were a seeming mismatch. Expensive fabrics and cheap linens overlapping with carelessness that looked almost strange, given the precision of Zagana's posing. Kaya took a step back, not averting her eyes. Zagana had died alone, only time for a single scream. You deserve to be witnessed now. From a new angle, Kaya saw the edges of a flower petal protruding from between Zagana's fingers. Frowning, Kaya stepped closer again, betting to see. Is there a flower? Oh yeah, there is. Look, right there. There's a flower there. Hang on a second. A flower, said Kaya, bending farther down. A black iris. Do you use black irises in any of the floral arrangements downstairs? If Zagana had grabbed a hold of a bouquet as she was falling, maybe that could tell them where she had been killed. But no, the scream had come from this room. This small, unremarkable locked room. There had been time for Zagana to be killed elsewhere in the manor and then moved, especially not with the way she had been arranged. Kaya realized how foolish her question was even before they saw Taya shaking her head. Tried to avoid arrangements that would strike people outside the guild as funeral or remind them of the Golgari in any way. I meant I lost one of our signature colors, but it was worth it for the reactions of the Corps. No lilies, no black irises, no mourner stars. Well, Zagana found one somewhere. Kaya straightened. I was prepared to say more when the commotion from the hall caught her attention. That'll be Vanifar, she said, turned, leaving Tessa alone with the corpse as she walked away. Kaya stepped into the hall where she found Vanifar but a cluster of agency detectives in Ezrim. The Archon was standing, wings half-mantled as he glared at Aurelia. Aurelia saw Kaya and turned away from him, waving one hand in a dismissive gesture. There you are, she said. Vanifar is coming, and Ezrim's people are locking down the building. Said Tesa had forbidden anyone to leave the manor grounds. Something has happened. Yes, Kaya, said Kaya. There was no point in lying. It was inappropriate not to summon the ranking legionnaire immediately. Tesa stepped up beside Kaya and lifted an eyebrow. Kaya glanced at her. The expected explosion, however, did not materialize. I've been encouraging the house staff to show initiative, said Tessa. Wow, that didn't even say Kaya. I'll have to find out who looked at the situation and correctly into a lockdown as my next order. They deserve a bonus for the excellent predictive skills and a scolding for their arrogance. There is a reason to lock down the building, said Aurelia. The people are helping with the lockdown, but she waved a dismissive hand at Ezra and the detectives, have no business being involved. They need to let the professionals handle whatever is happening. What is happening, Tessa? Prefer to wait for Vanifar before saying anything. You know as well as I do that the walls have ears. Tessa folded both hands over the top of her cane, and Kaya realized the other woman had positioned herself such that between the two of them, they completely blocked off access to the room behind them. Clever and easily done. Footsteps approached down the hall, accompanied by the soft swishing sound of protoplasm brushing against the floor. Everyone assembled turned, watching the approach of Vanifar of the Simic. 3 lower-ranked ranked members of the Combine accompanied their leader, who was frowning, looking distinctively unamused. Tessa, what's the meaning of this? She asked. Why did you summon me like a common criminal? Why are there Azorius and Boris telling my people that we're not allowed to leave? I was hoping to do this in a less open location, Tessa said. Would you be willing to step into the library? No. You summoned me without explanation, and then you tried to delay offering up the same? I'm sorry, but whatever you have to say, you say it here and now. Tessa frowned, hands tightening again atop her cane. Then, Vanifar, it is with a deep regret that I inform you that the Ghana of the Sim Combine has been killed. The effects of the gathering crowd, all of whom had known that something terrible had happened, was nothing short of electric. Vanifar swayed, expression of one of pure shock. Ezra turned to start snapping orders at his agents as Aurelia snapped her wings fully open, preventing them from getting past her. There's a dangerous killer on the loose, Aurelia shouted. This is not a time for amateur detective work. The Legion will take over from here. The guilds will handle this as we always have. The agency detectives immediately began to argue. Kaya exchanged looks with Tessa, who looked almost as disgusted as she did by the brewing dispute. you'll excuse me, said Kaya, voice low and mild when she had wanted to, when she, oh my god! Tongue ties! When what she wanted to do was scream. Jason nodded, staying where she was as Kaya turned and stalked away, vanishing down the hall, leaving the squabbling parties to the fight. The ballroom was largely deserted when Kaya arrived, save for the few servers still milling near the walls. It had never been intended as a center point for of the gathering. More a retreat for those who were wearied of the celebration and need a moment away from the crowd. If she hadn't been escaping certain conversations by retreating to the private balcony, she would have been here where Zagana's body was discovered. The grand balcony where the guests of honor had been acknowledged ran all the way along one of the walls of the ballroom. Tall glass doors standing open. The sky outside no longer lit up with colored fire, and the sound drifting from below were very different from the unfettered celebrations that had been going on when she first went inside. Walking near the edge, she looked down to see the partygoers standing in long looping lines, each one's any member of the Senate, and glowing in a verity circle. They had cast their spells with admirable speed, making Kaya wonder if they hadn't been prepared for something to go wrong tonight. Rose Legionnaires stood near the casted mages, protecting them from interference. That is sus. That's a bit sus. I mean, I get it. I get too. Like the Boros and the Azorius are probably the most paranoid guilds because they are tasked with the protection of the city of Ravnica, which is a very tall order, as you can imagine, considering the entire plane is one giant city. But it's still a little weird that they seem to be so quick on the uptake when it comes to the locking down. And the fact that someone also started the order before it was given for the lockdown is also something of note, I think. So the current suspects for this would be Vanifar, maybe someone from the Gruul clans, and Judith. I don't think Judith would just kill someone randomly. But she is also a Rakdos member. And Rakdos, that's kind of their jam. It's just kind of just fucking hurt people because they think it's amusing. Now, the thing that I am suspect about, I am standing and I'm pacing, by the way. The thing that I am most sus about when it comes to this is the fact that Zagana was not like a major position, right? She wasn't the prime speaker. She was a former leader. She still had sway in the Civic Combine, of course, but she wasn't the leader. And I wonder if the killer saw Zagana as a weaker target compared to Vanifar, who is actually really powerful. She is a jellyfish woman, after all. And also, I don't think she can die through normal means. I think you have to kill her with a very specific way because of her ooze parts. In addition, the Black Lily is strange. Black Lilies, of course, is a symbol of the Golgari, which is one of the guilds that were destroyed in the Phyrexian invasion. Specifically by Vraska, the former guild leader turned into a Phyrexian. She's also a planeswalker, so she's kind of like hit or miss on actually being the leader of the Golgari. Similar to Kaya, in many respects, actually. So my question is, where did the Black Lily come from? The Black Lily feels almost like a calling card. So I'm wondering if it maybe was someone from the Golgari. Now, a crackpot theory in this equation is that the person who killed Zagana could have been Vraska. Because Vraska is known for, one, is a planeswalker. Two, her body disappeared. She was killed with quotation marks. It's kind of hard to determine when you kill a Phyrexian unless you disassemble the body, which did not happen with Vraska. And in addition, Vraska's mind wasn't fully complete. There was like a failsafe Jace put into her head that allowed her to kind of still live to a certain extent, even with being a Phyrexian. So I'm wondering, with the Black Lily in mind, if it may have been a Golgari who was the one who ended up attacking and killing Zagana in this case. Possibly Vraska, because I don't know if anyone of the Golgari horde is still alive, considering the fact that the guild pretty much was just completely consumed by the Phyrexians. So our suspects is Vannifar, Judith, Vraska that's like a crackpot one, and perhaps someone from the Gruul horde or the Gruul clans. Beyond that, I don't know who else could have done it. The fact that their room was locked does make me think that it may have been someone who was able to pass through walls, so it could have been even a ghost. I don't know any ghosts who would be targeting Zagana though, let alone a ghost of the that would give the Golgari symbol. So I'm definitely interested in what's in this now, you know. But let us continue. Also, this is a very cool art. I like this art. It would be just like the Azorius and the Boros had come to the party intended to honor the agency, prepared to step up and prevent, as Riley put it, amateur detective work. She didn't believe the Senate would have started a problem if one hadn't presented itself, but now that they had the chance, they were eager to prove that they were still in the law on Ravnica. Nothing ever really changed. The whole plane could have fallen, and the guilds were still desperate to hold on to their authority. It didn't take a genius to look at the guest list tonight's celebration and see that the trouble was all but guaranteed. 8 of the 10 guilds represented it. She hadn't seen anyone from House Demir, and the Golgari swarm was similarly absent. Chances of the rough edges scraping against one another were incredibly high. She frowned, scanning the crowd again. 8 of the 10. But she hadn't seen many Rakdos tonight. Had she? Only Judith, glaringly visible in black and red leathers. Judith, who had vanished before the killings. Troubled, Kaya turned away from the crowd, heading back towards the people she left behind in the hall. Whether the Azorius had orchestrated their role in this or not, their variety circles would prove guilty or innocent of the attendance in short order. Some of the Boros legionnaires supporting the law mages had been holding the sheets of paper she assumed were official guest lists. They wouldn't miss anyone. When she reached the hall, only Ezrin remained, his front talons folding in front of him and his narrow eyes fixed on the courtroom door. He huffed in frustrated amusement as Kaya returned. Everyone in there? Tessa led Vannifar to a private room to take a glass of Cassandra and compose herself. One of my people accompanied them, to be sure that they'll never be left alone. The other servants had gone to assist with the securing of the property and rounding up the guests for questioning. My people are investigating the scene. I'll let you know what's going on, Kaya said and slipped into the room. Barrier wards had been deployed inside the scene, forming lines of protective magic impenetrable to anyone but the authorized investigators. The agency detectives who were already inside were clustered in one corner, all of them looking frustrated and annoyed. Kellen was virtually vibrating with a desire to help the Azorius members as they tore the room apart, searching every crack and crevice for clues of what had happened here. Kaya winced. Tessa was going to kill them for what they had done to a wallpaper. Only Zagana's corpse, still in orchestrated repose on the bed of coats, remained untouched. The black iris caged in her palm. Oh, it was black iris, not black lily. In her palm, her hair spread out around her like the head of a fanned-out fin. "My willingness to help is appreciated. We don't need Orzov's assistance," said Aurelia. snapping Kaya out of her brief study of the corpse. We'll find the killer. I saw the variety circles lighting up the courtyard below. With that sort of speed and efficacy, it might seem like the Azorius were planning for trouble. A party at Karlov Manor, with all the guilds invited to celebrate the agency and a planeswalker, Aurelia's lip curled. The invitation might as well have been said, trouble guaranteed. The guilds Azorius and Boros both came ready for something to need our attentions. A woman with a Azorius crest on her sleeve pushed past Kaya and Aurelia, bowing her head as she waited for the acknowledgement of her superior. What is it? Said Aurelia. War leader. With the exceptions of the people in this room, Guildmaster Tyson and Vanifar and Chief Ezram, everyone has been questioned, said the Azorius anxiously. Even the Grand Optional of Lavinia has allowed herself to be interrogated. She sent me to ask you to agree to the same. We must all be above reproach. Can you cast a verity circle? Asked Aurelia. Swallowing hard, the young Azorius nodded. Good, then question us, and leave us to our investigation. The woman stepped back, almost stumbling, and lifted her hands, murmuring the incantation to call her circle into existence. It snapped up around both Kaya and Aurelia, something for which Kaya was obscurely grateful. With a guildmaster inside the circle, hopefully the questions would be restricted to ones that were relevant to the situation. Would have been all too easy for a lawman who had suffered personal losses in an invasion to ask a few more personal questions before allowing the circle to dispel. The Verity Circle couldn't compel speech, but someone who was caught off guard might say more than they intended. The young guildmates seemed determined to demonstrate that the even-handed fairness that was the hallmark of the Senate. Questions were quick, precise, and calm. Had either of them done harm to Zagana? Either directly or indirectly? No. Either of them killed her? No. Did either of them know who had? No. Did either of them have suspicion who might have done so? Kaya might just swallow drew this name, telling herself that her curiosity didn't rise to the level of suspicion. The Azorius dropped into the circle. With your permission, Legionnaire, I'll speak with the investigators. Yes and yes, said Aurelia, waving her hand to begin casting the variety circles on the other occupants of the room. Kaya, meanwhile, was staring at Aurelia. All that noise about letting the professionals handle things, and you don't have any suspicions. Aurelia turned away. Azorius is handling the investigation, not Boros. I'm here to keep order at Lavinia's inquest, since she can't be in two places at once. I would much rather be searching for answers than supervising someone else. Your guilds did plan this, said Kaya, suspicion confirmed by Aurelia's easy acceptance of her role here. Were you away from Ravnica so long that you forgot how things work? Asked Aurelia, looking back to her with one eyebrow raised. There have been changes, yes, but the core of the city remains as it has always been, as it always will be, as it always be. Holy shit. Cannot speak today. The Azorius keep the law, and the Boros enforce it. A group of amateurs playing a protection will never displace us. Kaya glared. The guilds aren't everything. Did you feel that way when you led the Orzhov? We did so, no wonder they replaced you at the first opportunity. The guilds are Ravnica. Well then, Ravnica, do you have any idea what happened here, or are you clueless as the rest of us? Before Aurelia could answer, someone behind the pair cleared their throat. Both women turned. A human man stood in the doorway, skin a few shades lighter than Kaya's, hair dark on top but grayed at the temples, dressed in a long azure coat. A few of the Azorius who had already been released from the Variety Circle shot him sour looks. He paid them no mind, the attention fixed on Kaya and Aurelia. I believe I may have some idea what happened here, he said, calmly as if requesting a cup of tea. Would be. Ah, yes. I see how things might sound, he stepped into the room, studying Zagana's remains. Fear not, I have already allowed myself to be interviewed via Variety Circle. I'm not your killer. I may, however, be your savior. It's Pomft! It's the man, the myth, the legend. He's like the main character of this fucking thing. You did have an invitation. The Azorius mage had been casting the various circles, her tone tight and unhappy. I would have noticed his name on the list. And what name is that? Asked Kaya, getting frustrated. This was no time for games. I'm sorry. Did I not say? I'm Aliquist Proft. Some people call me the great detective Proft, and I have some skill in this area. He moved closer to Zagana's body and crouched low to the floor. His eyes flicking rapidly from one aspect of the scene to the next. For all their apparent discomfort, none of the Azorius members in the room objected, while the agency detectives who had been waiting on the opportunity to assist visibly relaxed, clearly trusting the man. Kaya looked at him with new interest. Has anyone touched the body or its surroundings? He asked. No, said Aurelia. In that case, including the flower in her hand, which we may interpret as being representative of the Simic in this specific instance, she has been arranged in such a sign that each guild is visible on the coats beneath her, and a pattern has been formed. What do you mean? Asked Kaya. Come here, expecting closer to without rising from his position. Kaya obliged, too intrigued to object to his high-handed summons. Once she had stopped beside him, Proft straightened, indicating the body and surroundings with a sweep of his one hand. Look closely. What do you see? Zagana and coats, said Kaya, dutifully, searching for the panel Proft had mentioned. And she blinked, shifting to the side to get a different angle. No matter how she stood, the Demir logo failed to appear. I don't see Demir, she said. There aren't any Demir in attendance, so that makes sense. The design incorporated all 10 guild seals, said Proft, indicating to a panel pattern which occurred in various degrees of folded over on several of the coats. The Golgari are likewise absent from the invite list, but their seal is visible several times. See, the way these buckles form the mandibles? I would wager that if you moved her hand, a folded pattern greatly resembling the mere seal will have been covered by the position of her arm. Kaya shook her head. That's a lot of trouble to go through. I can't believe I didn't see that. You also failed to spot the one member of House of Mirror in attendance. Kaya startled, ready to object, only to find Proft already looking at her with an earnest lack of judgment. He wasn't criticizing, just describing the situation as he saw it. Who? She asked. Proft smiled. Convincing Aurelia to stay behind had been difficult, especially not once Ezram rose and reminded her that she had been the one who wanted to take ownership of the scene. At least now she was alerting the other agency detectives to do their jobs, Proft's revelation having shamed her into accepting their usefulness. However, grudgingly, Tessa and Vanifar had yet to put in a return appearance. But while all the guests knew that something was happening by this point, there was no reason for them to suspect murder. Although Proft had somehow suspected and followed his suspicion back to the source, Kaya eyed him speculatively as they descended the stairs to the main floor. He didn't seem to notice. She wasn't fooled. Only a few minutes with him had been enough to illustrate that he had noticed everything, however small or inconsequential it might seem. Various circles were cast and checked according to the guest list, said Proft abruptly. If someone failed to appear on the list and evaded the circles with care, it could easily escape questioning. If it were someone who had good reason not to want to be questioned under conditions of absolute truth, say a demure spy, a known assassin, it would be simple to exploit the gaps in our investigation until the gates are unlocked. Honestly, the only thing I didn't understand is why the individual in question lingered long enough to be caught by the lockdown. He's far too skilled for that. Where is she? Asked Kaya. I didn't see anyone wearing demure colors. Did you really think a demure agent would make their presence so apparent? I might have not seen her, but she had not been taking such exquisite care to avoid interaction with a member of Selesnya Conclave. Given that she was wearing the colors of their guild, they should have been the closest companions. Not a reasonable reason to step aside. Oh, said Kaya, scanning the crowd with new eyes. It had fallen so quickly back into the Ravnican way of thinking. where no one would wear the colors of the guild they weren't affiliated with unless they were looking for trouble. Members of the conclave were scattered throughout the crowd, milling purposefully as the other guests had been questioned but not released. At the base of the stairs, Prof looked around, nodded to himself, and struck across the party, heading for the fringes where the lowest-ranking guild members had naturally assembled. Kaya followed closely, watching the crowd as she tried to see whatever that she saw. Whatever intangible trail he was on was so intent on following. As they reached the edge of the crowd, Prof mentioned Kaya to step back, then continued onward on his own, moving until a dark-skinned woman in celestial green and white was standing almost exactly between them. Her gown was perfectly tailored, fitted precisely to her form, a beautiful exemplar of the season's fashions. There was no reason for her to have caught anyone's eye apart from admiration or envy. No reason, save for the lack of any guild logo visible on her person. The jarring admission, given the precision of the rest of her attire. Makes sense, Kaya thought. There were no laws against wearing other guild colors. Wearing the shields, on the other hand, could come with some consequences. Mr. Trata, said Prof, taking a step towards one. I'm afraid we need to speak with you. Please come with me now. Atrata! It's Atrata! Atrata! Atrata is... she's not a... What's the word? She's not... I'm trying to think of the word here. I'm sorry, I'm brain farting. She's not she's not a leader. That's what I'm trying to say. She's not a leader of the Dimir. That would be somebody else. She is an assassin. She is an assassin. Yeah, so Atrata is in fact an assassin. So the fact that she's there is extremely sus. Also, she is really pretty. Hang on. Whoa, she's like super. Wow, this is super zoomed in. Hang on. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, she is super pretty in this. I have no idea what's going on with this dude's hair over here. Her hair is wild, and I have no idea what the hell what's going on. It looks like a snail. They have the snail eyes. The woman whipped around, lips drawing back in a hiss, which revealed her impressive vampiric incisors. Her entire demeanor changed in that instant, going from bored socialite to concerned predator, or cornered predator. Casting a glance at Kaya, she clearly marked the planeswalker as the greater threat. Turning straight for Prof, she knocked the investigator to the ground and began to cut a straight line through the crowd, heading to the hedge maze. If she gets in there, we'll never be able to find her, shouted Kaya, already turning to give chase. Try to lose sight of her. I'll do what I can to help from here, said Prof, pushing himself into a sitting position without rising from the crowd. Kaya was fast. However, Atrata, however, was faster. And in addition to her headed start, put her more than halfway to the hedge maze when Kaya began gaining ground. Largely by dint of her turning self intangible to avoid dodging around partygoers. Turning straight through them was more efficient. Still, Atrata was going to beat her to the maze, no question. At least until the world abruptly inverted itself around her. Gray cobblestone and gathered revelers began replaced by columns of towering blue light. They were no longer racing towards the hedge maze. Instead, Atrata was running down an alleyway that Kai knew all too well, deep in the heart of the Orzhov territory. The magic, wherever it was coming from, didn't feel malicious or like an elaborate attempt to trick her. In fact, based on the way Atrata was slowing and looking frantically around, scanning the surrounding buildings for a way out, this was helping Kaya more than anything else. She put on another burst of speed, pushing herself to physical limits. In that sudden silence, her footsteps echoed like rocks dropped into still water. Atrata glanced backwards over his shoulder before making an abrupt left turn into Kaya knew what was going to be a dead-end alley. Again, this is also another extremely pretty piece of art. This is really good. She was within 10 feet of the vampire when the white landscape collapsed around them and Atrata plowed directly into Kellen. The young agency investigator looked surprised, even with the clasped arms around the runaway Demir. She struggled to snarl, but he shook his head, not letting go. He was still holding her when Kaya ran up to the pair of them. "What was that?" she asked. "That was me," said a winded voice from behind her. He turned. Propped, clearly exhausted but back up on his feet, was staggering through the semi-dispersed crowd to join them. A further look told her he wasn't injured, just exhausted. "What kind of magic was that?" I make what's in here become out there. I can recreate anything I've seen," he said, tapping his temple as he looked past her to where Atrata was struggled again. "Oh, holy shit, let me just try that again," he said, tapping his temple as he looked past her to where Atrata struggled to escape from Kellen. "Everything all right, young man?" "Absolutely, sir. Thank you for helping us apprehend this miscreant." The members of the Azorius Guild were already beginning to converge on the position, with Lavinia at the lead of the large cluster. Kellen tightened his grip, jaw jutting out briefly in some determination. Prof stepped forward, setting his hands gently on his arm. "It's not the time to stand our ground," he said. "They found nothing. We found a possible culprit. You didn't assist in the chase, you captured her. The agency doesn't need the glory if we can have the satisfaction knowing that without us, none of this would have been possible." Kellen nodded grudgingly. Lavinia drew close enough to speak. "Remand the suspect to Azorius custody at once," she said, voice ringing out over the courtyard. Kellen released Atrata, standing next to Kaya the Prophet as she was swiftly apprehended again by waiting Azorius. The three of them remained where they were, watching as Atrata was hauled away. Okay. I'm saying this now. Atrata, not the assassin. I'm saying this now. Atrata is not the assassin. It's never the first suspect. And I don't think the Demir would have a reason to assassinate somebody yet, right now. They do not have a reason to assassinate somebody now. Someone from Orzhov, on the other hand, or one of the investigators, yes. But someone from the Simic Combine, no. The party was pretty much over after that. Atrata's removal from the grounds of Karlov Manor took no time at all in the grand scheme of things. Long enough for everyone to see what was happening, long enough for several members of the Silesian Conclave to approach Tessa, nearly frantic with the need to make it clear that Atrata wasn't with them. They hadn't smuggled her into the party, and this was not their doing. They had been betrayed as much as anyone else. Not, perhaps, as much as Zingana, but have never been who would never be betrayed by anyone ever again. But as much as Tessa, as much as the agency, as much as anyone else who was innocent was innocent of all wrongdoings. Holy fucking shit. Tessa's wards should have kept anyone from leaving. Karlov Manor wasn't the seat of the Orzhov power, but it was the seat of her power. And here, her words were absolute law. When the Azorius mages who had grabbed her tried to march her to the gate and pull her out, nothing stopped them. No other member of House Demir appeared to demand the release of their own. As during the run of the courtroom, Kaya would have sworn Tessa was nowhere nearby. The tap of the other woman's walking stick against the stones of the courtyard was the only one she had. She was wrong, and if she hadn't been so attuned to the sound, she would have missed it under the rising hubbub of voices. Everyone wanted to know what happened. Everyone wanted to know why a Demir assassin had led Tessa's pet planeswalker on a merry chase to what was supposed to be a celebration, dressed as a member of the Silesian Conclave, no less. And into that ridiculous magic of Profts. Only a few members of the agency had seen it in action before, and while they were quietly smug about how elegantly he applied it to the task at hand, the remaining Azorius looked more annoyed than anything else. Kaya supposed that wasn't much of a surprise. Prof had been their asset before he chose to go off and apply his talents with the agency. And if there was one thing she knew about the guilds, it was that they didn't like losing resources. Especially these days, with everyone running close to the bone as it was. Kaya resisted the urge to glance at Taisa as she stepped up onto Kaya's right, leaning heavily on her stick. The evening had taken a lot out of her. "You let them leave," said Kaya. "Following our colleagues at the agency to investigate into the investigative arts," said Kaya, asked Taisa. "It seems so impolitic to imprison the members of another guild when they were apprehending the killer. They were my wards, and I could open them for anyone I like. I would have opened them for you if you tried to follow. You can't hold me here without my consent." "No, I suppose I never could I? Out of all of us, you remain the one who can just walk away anytime you want to." Taisa's expression had sobered. Kaya managed not to flinch. Somehow, without coming anywhere close to mentioning them by name, Taisa had managed to invoke the shades of Jason Vraska, the other two people who walked away from Ravnica, the other two who hadn't come back, the two who never would. I doubt that. I'm getting the fact that they're invoking Jason Vraska. I'm getting kind of sus because we never saw Jace die. We never saw Jace die, and we never saw Vraska's body. And knowing Jace, my man's probably has fucking like 20 different fucking like fallbacks and like backup plans and fail safes in his own head to prevent him from dying, right? What was she doing? She didn't belong here anymore. She may have said as much, but Taisa looked directly at her, heartbreaking shadows in her eyes. "I'm grateful that you stayed." "I said I would," said Kaya, looking away. "How was Vanifar?" Shaken, but recovering, she moved past grief and into outrage. "I wouldn't want to be the person who did this. They're likely to find the entire weight of the Simic crashing down upon them, and there's no one in the position to leave Vanifar's wrath. She and Zagana fought over the future of the Simic Combine, but they were sisters in their way. There were deep bonds of loyalty and affection were there. Vanifar won't allow this to go unanswered. No, I can't imagine she would. What you wanted to talk to me about before." Taisa hesitated, glancing around at the partygoers milling around them, even as they clumped back into the groups and began drifting towards exits. Some of them were heading for the manor, others for the gates, depending on whether they left anything inside. Kaya found herself wondering, somewhat uselessly, what the agency... Holy crap, I have a lot of hiccups, I guess. What the agency intended to do about the coats that had been left under Zagana's body. Croft, who had been standing nearby and observing this entire interaction with dismayingly keen eyes, apparently had the same thought. Shainan had hurried back towards the manor, leaving Taisa and Kaya alone in the thinning crowd. "This news will be everywhere by morning," Taisa said bitterly. "Come celebrate what's left of a great job the guilds did to protect us all, while watching them fail to protect one of their own. I'm sure people will understand that this wasn't your fault." Taisa shot her a sharp look. "You know better." She did. Still, she had hope. Hope that the wounds of war were healing, hope that the old wounds of Ravnica might be healing at the same time. Torn scar tissues could sometimes heal into something cleaner than the initial injury, if conditions were right. Maybe the conditions were right. Before, on the balcony, "There was something you wanted to say to me," said Kaya. "Or tell me. Can you tell me now?" As I said, sighed. "Stay long enough for the news to break and to see that the ripples don't wash us all away, and I'll call for you. I do want to tell you, it's just, this isn't the time." Kaya looked at her carefully. She seemed sincere. Taisa was a born politician, but even politicians have their moments of vulnerability. 3 days. Then, if you haven't called me, I come looking." "Deal," said Taisa. 3 days slipped steadily by. Kaya returned to her rented room, refusing Taisa's offer of a guest chamber at the manor, and Taisa, perhaps understanding that pressing the matter would be a good way to make Kaya leave the plane, hadn't pushed the issue. During the day, she wandered the streets, enjoying the familiar taste of Ravnican street food and strong coffee laced with cream and lavender honey, and listened to the people who didn't know her well enough to bite their tongues. Rumors swirled in the streets, bitter, writhing things with teeth that snap and bite. There had been a theft at the Orzhov party, they said. Some guild members had lost precious heirlooms and was going to be fierce until they could be reclaimed. There had been a betrayal. An affair had been uncovered, and all manners of crimes had apparently happened on the grounds of Karlov Manor, and because both the agency and the Zorius had been present, both groups were being spoken of without uncommon disdain. Anyone known to have been in attendance moved at the center of the hurricane of flattery and sweet-tongued requests for more information. Most people, lacking true gossip to share, invented more and more outlandish stories, knowing that there were no one who could contradict them. Kaya listened to them all, frowned to herself, and said nothing. The less attention she attracted now, the better. Because they didn't just talk about the party. Although that was the most recent glorious scandal, and somewhat less raw than the wounds of war, it talked about the Phyrexian invasion and how the Planeswalkers had failed them all. After spending years safe in the knowledge that the average person didn't know what a Planeswalker was and thus couldn't have opinions on them, Kyle was now faced with a reality where everyone knew and almost everyone disapproved. It was uncomfortable enough that she had almost relieved when, on the morning of the third day, a messenger from the agency came looking for her. She was positioned in a tiny coffee shop listening to the morning news. Word murder was finally starting to circulate. That, combined with the unusual scarcity of the Civic Combine members, attracted attention, pulling the gossip away from the ongoing discussion of the war. "Ma'am?" said the messenger, stopping a few feet away, virtually vibrating as he waited to be acknowledged. Kaya took one last lingering sip of her coffee before turning to face him, blinking when she saw his face. "Agent Kellen? Why did they send you? Were you expecting the agency to send someone?" asked Kellen, blinking earnestly. "I thought they might, so I've been staying where it'd be easy to find," said Kaya. She rose, regretfully leaving her half-finished coffee behind. "I assume Detective Proft would like to speak with me about what happened." She knew, all too well, that many ears would be perking up and turning in her direction. The owners attracted by a mention of the agency and hoping to catch some juicy scrap of information. "No, actually," said Kellen. "He isn't much for sharing his thoughts with other people when he doesn't have to. No, it's the chief who would like to speak with you." Kaya caught herself before blurting out, "Ezram?" Let the gossip wonder a little longer. Instead, she nodded and beckoned for Kellen to follow her out of the shop. Once they were on the street, a little less obvious than the target of busybodies, she asked, "Why did you come yourself? They honored you for your service. You should rank above playing message boy." "Oh," said Kellen. "I asked him to send me." "What? Why?" "I want to speak with you." Kaya blinked, not sure what she was supposed to respond to that. Kellen started walking towards the agency headquarters. She automatically followed, still trying to process her thoughts. "Why?" she asked. "I finally read your file. You're not from here." He waved a hand, indicating the city around them. "Ravnica, I mean. Came from someplace much farther away. Allowed to say planeswalker, you know. It's not a bad word." I looked briefly abashed. "Sorry. Yes, you're a planeswalker. So is my father. Hope you might wonder if you might know where he is." Kaya stopped walking. Kellen continued for several moments, more steps before he noticed and turned to face her. "What?" he asked. "Your father is... Who's your father?" "Please don't let him say a name I know," she added silently. "Please. Any mercy left in the planet eternities, he won't name one of the dead." "His name is Oko," he said. "He's one of the Fae. A stranger then." "Sorry, I don't know him." She could see the disappointment in his eyes, even as the relief flowed through her. "The second planeswalker I've talked to said that. I thought, well, the agency has all sorts of information. I thought they may know something if he's ever passed through here. And no luck?" Kellenroy shook his head. The filing system is complicated. Just keep on the look, okay, kid? Now, if I ever run into him, I'll tell him you're trying to find him, said Kaya. Kellen gave her a fragile, sidelong smile. Thank you, he said. That would mean a lot. The floating angular shape of the agency headquarters loomed in front of them. Streams of water cascaded from the base, falling into channels that had been designed to catch them before they could flood the streets. Agency mounts stood at ready, ferrying agents up and down. Kellen led through the cube up to the door and past the security check, escorting her down the hall to Ezram's office before he said, I'll see you when you're done with the boss, and left her alone. Kaya hesitated, looking at the closed door. Waiting wouldn't make this happen any faster, and so gingerly she raised her hand and knocked. Enter, boomed Ezram from inside. Kaya took a deep breath and stepped through the door, not bothering to open it for first. What a fucking Chad move by, I feel like just being able to do that shit feels like such a fucking big dick move, you know? It's like, I am just gonna simply waltz on through. I do not care. I do not care about this door. This door is inconsequential to me. Hang on, I'm checking some stuff real quick. I'm taking notes real quick on everything is what I mean to say. All right, notes have been drawn. Cool. So I struck Vandafar from the list of death of my killers. Unless she's acting, I can knowing who Vandafar is, I can see her not wanting to actually attack a guild member like that. They both have the Simic Combine at heart. They're just they just approach it in different ways. You know what I mean? Ezram's office had been designed with an ever-present companion in mind. In addition to a massive desk and several traditional chairs for visitors, the back third or so of the space had been turned into something close to a stable, with straw on the floor under a heap of pillows that formed a sort of lounging chair. Now that Ezram was currently lounging, the Great Archon was sitting on the back of his steed, twisted to face the desk, sorting a pile of papers. Kaya realized with a small start that she didn't know whether Ravnican Archons were a single conjoined being or a pair of individuals who simply chose never to be part for any reason. She had never seen Ezram dismount, nor any other Archon of Ravnicans knocked from their partners in combat. If there were one creature, this officer was a symbol of practical necessity, not one of consideration. I'm looking that up real quick. Archons Ravnica. They may be one on some planes random amount of single being. So it could be they could be one creature. It could be one. What's Ravnica? Who by long plane, opposed to angels who are the Boros Legion within the Orzhov Syndicate. Guildless Archons are featured in the first block, but currently they are mostly found within Zurius. Okay, they don't actually mention if they're a conjoined being. They could be a conjoined being because we haven't seen an Archon not on their steed. You called for me, sir, she asked, folding her hands behind her back and sending out attention. I did, said Ezram, before falling silent. Kaya recognized the ensuing silence as a prompt for her to say something, and so she stood a little straighter and said nothing at all. She was happy to come when called for, but that didn't mean she worked for Ezram. He didn't technically owe him anything. If she wanted to talk, he could ask her a question. After enough time had passed for the silence to become uncomfortable, Ezram cleared his throat and said, "You're not a member of the agency." "No, sir. But you're a well-known problem solver. The Urzov have always spoken highly of your problem-solving abilities. She somehow doubted the always in that sentence. Kaya smiled thinly and said, "Thank you, sir." Because of your position as a former guild leader, the guilds will view you as largely neutral in the situation. You had no known grudges against either the Simic or House Demir. No, sir. I get reasonably well with both guilds. Tesa called on Tesa called us both to that party to try to lend us what legitimacy she had to offer. I, as the head of the agency, and you as a former guild master and planeswalker, you are aware that you're kind of not presently well regarded in Ravnica. I believe Guildmaster Zarek has encountered an issue of late. I'm aware, sir. I would like you to assume leadership of this investigation. You would have access to any resources you need, including my staff. I believe you would need some sort of lever to remove Detective Prof from the case. He doesn't let go of a puzzle once his interest has been aroused. While the assassinator Trada has been detained, we still don't know who ordered the killing. Or why, and she continues to insist that she has no memory of the deed. Oh, she has no memory. Okay. Oh, that could imply, that could just be a weird way of saying that she didn't do it. Oh, it's the dog. It's Goblin. A wild gobbo has appeared. He clawed his way into my room. Hello, Goblin. Sorry, I'm giving the dog a pet. Such a good boy. You little burger head. Kaya said nothing, but once, Azum didn't allow the pause to stretch out. Your neutrality is assumed. Your involvement could only help redeem public opinion of planeswalkers. You couldn't save us when we needed them most. No. Sorry. What? No. It's a complete sentence. And you know what it means. No, I won't help you with this. I've done more than enough already. Thank you for your concern about my reputation. Turned on her heel and started to stalk out of the office. Once more with opening the door. Azum didn't call her back. Helen was gone, probably elsewhere in the building to his actual job. It felt like every other eye of the agency was fixed on her as she lifted her chin and walked back down the hall to the door, leaving their silences unwanted and requests behind. The sooner she was out of Ravnica, the better. The agency had been established to investigate crimes without bias of guild affiliation tainting their discoveries. Criminals, whether proven or strongly suspected, were remanded to the Zoya's custody to be held in appropriate conditions. As Prof stood for the Zoya's law mage guarding the door to finish checking his papers and let him through, he couldn't help but regretting the years he spent doing precisely the same thing. Everything seems to be in order, said the law mage finally. 3 layers of security had looked over Prof's paperwork, none of them finding any issues. At least, this one was too new to the guild to have overlapped his tenure. People who remembered him dressed in their own colors tended to be even more insufferable when confronted with what they saw begging for them for access. You can go in. The door unlocked at the law mage's words, and Prof nodded, reclaiming his papers. Excellent performance of duty, he said, trying to restrain his tone as he stepped into the final hall between him and his destination. Trada's cell was the only occupied one in this block, leaving her entirely isolated, save for her guards, none of whom were likely to indulge her in conversation. She looked at Prof's approach, abandoning what looked like a rapt contemplation of a spider that was making its way across the wall. Consumed by the fellow feeling, he asked. We're not alike, the spider and I, she said. It can leave whenever it desires. No one punishes it for following its nature. No one imprisons it. It does as it likes and always shall. Until someone smashes it flat. I suppose. Come to gloat, have you? The victor reveling in his conquest. I want to, he admitted. It brought me pleasure in the past, the gloating. Gloating is one of the glass bombats the soul consumes when it succeeds. I don't think that's how you pronounce that word, bombat. I'm saying that. Bomba? I don't know. But this time, there are too many things I still can't explain. Too many little inconsistencies. Too many unanswered questions. I know your reputation. Travis stared at him, apparently bewildered by a sudden change of directions. Many people do. Point? My point would be that the people who know about you speak very highly of your skills. You're supposedly one of the best the House of Mir has to offer, the cream of their crop, as it were. Please, for the sake of my unsettled thoughts, will you tell me why you chose to kill such a prominent target in such a public way? Not to mention the theatrics surrounding the body. You had plenty of time to commit the murder and make your escape, but you remained on the grounds even before the wards were raised to prevent your exit. That isn't the work of a professional. Why commit such a grievous crime in such a manner and not make your escape while you could? That's a cool piece of art. The child looked at him, unblinking. That's not what you really want to know, is it? Her tone was mild, her words acid-tipped and unforgiving. Ask the real question, detective. Somehow, she turned his title into an insult. Prof was unfazed. Were you able to trick the variety circles during your interview? They've been defeated, the guild needs to know. Worried about losing one of your tools against criminal underworld? Entrada wiped away a tear. However, would Ravkin survive without your little parlor tricks? Please. Entrada paused, briefly taken aback by the sincerity of his tone. He went on. You've been caught. I'm not asking you to give away the secrets of your house. I'll have nothing to do with your trial or sentencing. The city's always splintered enough. There's no trust lost between the individual guilds or between the guilds of the citizens. You need to know the variety cycles that something in the city can be trusted. Trada looked away. Kaya walked back to her wretched room with her head down and her shoulders tight, hating the feeling of eyes on her skin, hating the feeling of isolation from a city that should have been hers, that had been hers for so long. Gods and monsters. She was already ready to go. This place wasn't her home anymore. Maybe it had never been her home in the first place. A courtier in Orzhov colors stood outside the rental house, young enough to have only been the faintest blush of subtle painting on his cheeks, glancing anxiously around as he waited. When he saw Kai, he brightened and hurried towards her. Quick and awkward, almost stumbling over his feet. Master Planeswalker, he said, once he was close enough to address her without shouting. Even inwardly winced at the address, Kaya supposed it made sense. He wasn't a guild master anymore, and the noble honorifics for a former Orzhov guild leader didn't apply to her, so she wasn't dead either. Addressing her without respect could have been taken as a grave insult, and in the absence of any other role on Ravnica, he defaulted to the one he knew. It was the safest choice. He didn't have to like it. Yes? Guildmaster Kalov requests your presence at the manor. It's unpopular today. Harry blinked, clearly confused. Pardon? Nothing. Never mind, just let me get some things from my room. Did you give you any additional messages for me? This produced a sealed note from inside the pocket and offered to a small, satisfied nod. He had done his job. As soon as she took the letter, he could go. Kaya took the note, breaking the seal and tucked it into her shirt. Will you be escorting me? You said you knew the way. You know the way. He was right about that. A method of avoiding insulting her. He was so tired of Ravnican manners. When she was done here, maybe she could go to Kaldheim for a while, but no one was worried about insulting anyone else, unless it was a fist to the face or Innistrad. While it's etiquette and propriety involved. Well, thank you for finding me so quickly. She produced a coin from her pocket and passed it to the courier, who surreptitiously checked the value before he made it disappear. "Thank you kindly," he said, and Emily the coin as he vanished into the nearby alley. Kaya shook her head in a reluctant fondness before making her way inside. She needed to change her shirt before she went to the manor. Manners again, and propriety must be observed. While in the privacy of her own room, she broke the seal on Teasa's note and opened it. "It's time for the discussion we couldn't have during the gala. I'm sorry it's taken this long. It's not safe for me to write anything down. Please, come to me at once. Come alone. Thank you for staying. I know you did it for my sake more than Ravnica's, and I appreciate it more than you can know. Your friend, after everything, Teasa." Teasa's signature was a nasty scrawl. Kaya frowned as she concealed the note between her pillow, quickly changing her clothes and left. Time to head for the manor. Time to finish this. No one stopped her as she hurried through the streets of Karlov Manor, and she found the gates already unlocked for her. The words have been adjusted to allow her for a passage. The walk up the driveway seemed like the most intolerable part of her journey, needlessly long, designed only to impress and intimidate, as if the manor weren't impressive enough entirely on its own merits. The topiary alone would send most thieves running, and the building seemed to loom, watching every step she took. Kaya continued onward into the house, which had been left unlocked for her arrival. She looked around, half expecting Teasa to be waiting for her, but saw no sign of the other women or her staff. Mass was eerily quiet, no one in attendance or rushing to announce her. Feeling a strange tightness in her stomach, Kaya started up the stairs. Teasa wouldn't want to have this meeting in one of the public areas of the house, or on the balcony, or on the balcony. Anything too important to be written down would be left for her to private quarters, the rooms she reserved for herself alone. She had a parlor there, small and elegant, outfitted for meetings of precisely this type. Kaya knew well enough to be certain that she would find her there. The strange silence and stillness persisted as she made her way along the hall. Teasa must have sent the staff away before this meeting, but if she had to discuss, she wanted absolutely no risk that they'd be overheard. The door to Teasa's private parlor stood slightly ajar. I moved towards it hesitantly for an instant when she caught the scent of blood in the air. The hesitation was more than balanced by the speed with which she threw herself at the door and onto the room beyond. She stopped, clapping the hand over her mouth to contain the scream that she could feel burning chest, and simply stared. Teasa was there, sprawled on the floor to the desk where she received visitors. She'd been waiting for Kaya, that much was clear. Her eyes were still open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and the shattered staff of her walking stick protruded from her chest, slick with blood. More of that same blood stained her hands, where she had been trying to pull the makeshift spear out before she bled to death. Teasa was gone. Knees threatening to buckle and drop her to the floor, Kaya staggered into the room, heading for the body of her friend. Death wasn't the end. Not for Orzhov, but Teasa, while all her entanglements with the dead, had always been one of the most vitally alive people Kaya knew. And all of that was over now. Another friend gone, another body to bury. Another cool art piece. Something crunched under Kaya's foot, stopping her. She looked down. One of the elegant maiden statues Teasa kept on display of the parlor had been knocked over in whatever altercation happened here and lay in pieces. That felt like a desecration of Teasa's space to accompany the desecration of her body. And looking at it seemed easier than any look at her friend's body. Kaya knelt, beginning to collect the ceramic shards. A piece of paper buried among the mess. Kaya frowned, understanding what she had gathered aside as she picked it up carefully, then froze again. Chest tightened as the words narrowed to a single point. She couldn't hear her heart hammering in her ears, the rush of blood like the sound of a distant sea, and if it hadn't been for Teasa's words, she would have dropped straight through the floor, losing control of her facing in the face of her panic. The writing clearly was Teasa's. Kaya knew little smear of the bottom of each line. The script, however, script was Phyrexian. Kaya breathed harder and harder, hand closing convulsively around the note and wrinkling it. She couldn't leave. Teysa was dead. Teysa might have been working with Phyrexia, and she couldn't leave. She had to go back to Ezram. She had to tell him she was in this after all. It had always been. What the fuck do they mean by her having fucking Phyrexian? Why does she have a Phyrexian? No. This makes me think it's even more. This makes me think it's even more Jason Vraska or something like that. She may have been a sleeper, but she would have shut down with Phyrexia disappearing. So I'm confused and interested. I'm intrigued. But yeah, the mentioning of like Jason Vraska and the Phyrexian makes me point towards Jason Vraska as the culprits, perhaps. I'm not sure. Or like, maybe Teysa somehow was like a defector? Because they mentioned in the Martian the Machine flavor text that she knew the movements of the Phyrexians really well. I didn't, said Atrada. Prof frowned. But when you were questioned with the Verity Circle, you said you didn't kill her. Because I didn't. Tried to tilt her head back until it was hit the wall. I stuck into the party because House Demir needed someone to be her eyes, and seemed like an amusing evening. I had no targets, I had no assignments, I had a plate of those meat-filled pastries with cheese on top. They were lovely. Prof made a frustrated sound. Didn't you get to try them? I'm sorry. Tried to seem to decide to stop toying with him. She sighed and said, if I killed her, I don't remember it. I didn't come to kill anyone, and I don't assassinate for free. You didn't. Prof paused, mind whirling. African law was very clear. If mind control and magic had been used to enforce Atrada's actions, she was no more culpable than a knife. She might be the weapon, but she wasn't the killer. The case remained open. The puzzle remained unsolved. Will you help me clear your name? Atrada looked at him. The guild's neither a pound of flesh. There is no clearing my name. I swear you'll help me, said Prof insistently. You can't fix this. I am Alquist Proft, and I will risk my name to clear yours. Now swear. Atrada blinked, then frowned. As much as I can, you have my word. Then, come. We have work to do. He made a simple motion, twisting his fingers through the air, and the lock on herself sprang open with a click. Only quadroanarch theory lock. Getting sloppy. Straighten his cufflinks. You're a trained assassin. You can get out of here without being seen. Slowly her frown became a smile. And where am I going? My home, he said, and gave her the address. I'll see you there. Atrada nodded before stepping out of the cell and melting into the shadows. Proft's turned to go, fixing a lock of irritation on his face. I was promised a prisoner, he said loudly, trying to toast the door. Not an empty cell. The chaos of fun would allow them both to make their exits. I am intrigued. How many chapters? There are 6 chapters. We're halfway through. I'm gonna try to read them all today, so this might be an extra long stream, BB. Mirza Kalav Manor, Episode 4. Justice Before Mercy. Tessa's body had yet to cool when Kaya found the strength to move. When her frozen legs began responding to her commands, although her feet refused to quite solidify, bits of broken statue on the floor passed through them as she approached the desk. She crossed the office of her fallen friend, brushing her fingertips across Tessa's cheek. She's no stranger to death. Hadn't been even before her time in Ravnica. She knew what happened had to happen now. She also knew things might be the only moment she had to study the scene before undisturbed. The scene undisturbed before the rest of the household came rushing in. Kaya circled the desk to Tice's side, not letting herself touch the body again. Her claims of innocence would be easier to believe if she hadn't had blood on her hands. His expression was pained, which was to be expected but oddly peaceful. If she had seen this coming on someone, she had been prepared to face it. Is this what you want to talk about? Kaya asked. Gods and monsters, Tessa. You could have called me sooner. Could have whatever happened, it didn't have to. Whatever you did, we could have stopped. Debate on with the dead was only productive when the dead could answer back. Most of the people who were going to return as ghosts didn't do so immediately upon their deaths. Loss of physical body caused disorientation, and adapting to insubstantial spectral existence caused even more. Still, the more powerful the magic and the will of the deceased, the more quickly they would likely adapt. Grappling with the idea of Ravnica, grappling with the idea of a Ravnica that didn't contain Tessa troubled Kaya. She wasn't a spirit medium, not really. Her magic followed other channels, but she had been an Orzhov oligarch. And their dead recognized her authority, at least the degree of being willing to speak with her. She straightened, reluctantly pulling herself away from the shell of her friend. Mr. Karlov, I would speak with you, she said, forcing her voice not to tremble. Praxis Ghost did not do her a courtesy of appearing. Instead, a thinly stretched female figure drifted through one of the walls dressed in the simple attire of Orzhov's servant, really having been permitted passage by the house wards. She moved towards Kaya, hands folded demurely in front of herself. Master Tessa is not entertaining guests at this time, she said, voice as much as sound. Wow. She said, voice as much sigh as sound. That was a hard sentence to read. Kaya bit the inside of her cheek a moment before saying, I was invited. She going to be that rude? The ghost woman glanced up, briefly alarmed. Master Tessa is not entertaining guests at this time, she repeated. We know where she is. The woman didn't reply. Kaya scowled. You do know where she is. If Tessa had been killed by a sufficiently powerful rival, her spirit could be imprisoned somewhere, ready to be exploited by her enemies. The ghost woman looked down again. Master Tessa is not entertaining guests at this time. This is getting old, fast. Where is everyone, anyways? No one came to greet me or shake me down for bribes when I came in. That's not right. Master Tessa gave the living servants the day off in anticipation of your arrival. So you can say other things. That's good. To see what happened. No, said the ghost. You're the first living person I've seen since the staff was dismissed. That didn't mean as much as it could have, but it meant it was something. Kaya looked at Tessa's body again, refusing to allow herself the luxury of denial. Who leads the Orzhov now? She asked. Master Tessa remains as our guildmaster, said the ghost. Our child makes no distinction between her current state and any other. I didn't kill her. We are aware. The ghost spoke. More figures appeared around the edges of the room, half-sketched and unclear. We'll tell the law mages and investigators who are bound to come that this was not a power struggle between past and present leaders. Your innocence proves itself. Kaya scoffs, stuffing the crumpled Phyrexian note in a pocket. Sealing evidence was wrong, but allowing anyone else to see it before she knew what had really been going on was somehow even worse. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, maybe Tessa had been innocent. Of all of this, at least. She'd never been innocent of anything else in her life. Not everyone's going to think that, said Tessa. She said, Tessa stole the guild out from under me when I was off plane. Some people are going to assume I came to get my own back. Orzhov's dead, no you didn't. That she is still our master, we are all that matters here. Tell that to the law. Okay, I knew a Verity Circle would clear her in an instant, but she didn't want to be questioned in the first place. She didn't want to be standing here next to the body of her friend with a note for Phyrexian script in the pocket. She wanted to run. That was the problem. That's why she couldn't. Even if she didn't owe her presence to Ravnica, she owed it to Taisa. She owed it to herself. When they come here, we will. The ghost who had come to her call averred. Pay aside. Then I'd best go tell them they need to be. Then I'd best go tell them they need to be on their way. I know I don't give the orders, but please don't let anyone in here unless the agency of or a representative from the Senate. This deserves to be left with a little dignity. The ghost hesitated before she replied. We can do that. Thank you. Kaya said and walked past the ghost, leaving the room, leaving Taisa behind. As before, her feet phased with every step, passing clearly through the ceramic shards littering the rug. She reached the door, she paused, but she didn't look back. In the end, Kaya just kept walking. The agency headquarters were in chaos when Kaya arrived, having taken a hired carriage to get there more quickly. She found at the scene. Investigators swarmed like hornets whose nests had been kicked. They formed clumps, trading news and angry words, then split apart and came together again in new formations. It didn't look like much work was getting done. Whatever had them so upset seems to take priority over everything else. Kaya tipped her driver before heading for the waiting mounts intended to take guests up to the building, careful to avoid densest clusters of agitated agents. None of the investigators she knew were in the crowd, and this wasn't the place to announce Taisa's murder. A few people glanced at her with varying degrees of curiosity and suspicion. She kept moving, riding her borrowed steed to the entrance and heading inside. The security desk was currently unoccupied, and the halls buzzed with the same furious energy as the street. Kaya frowned again. Maybe something had happened while she was at Karlov Manor. Something more than the death of Gilder. If the agency knew about Taisa, she never would have been able to make it up the stairs without someone at least asking her what she needed. As there was no one to question the presence, she continued onwards to Ezram's office. The door was ajar, the raised voice came from inside, all taking over one another until nothing distinct could be understood. Quiet! Snapped Ezram, booming voice cutting across the commotion. Yes, we have a good reason to be angry, and yes, we were demeaned by people who have proven themselves to be unprofessional as they accuse us of being, but this serves nothing. Atrata is still missing. The Azori sees our investigation right out from under us, and locking us out of the investigative process as much as possible, or to lose our only suspect. Yelling at each other at other changes will neither. Oh, holy shit! Yelling at other changes neither of these things. So what does that change then? So what does change then? Asked the voice Kai didn't recognize. Holy shit! I'm just having trouble reading it out loud. Doing our jobs. Ezram spoke, each word as if it was an unbreakable law. Motion broke out again, louder than before, and Kaya began to turn away. She couldn't burst in and demand the position she previously declined. She needed to follow the rules. Flaunting them in front of an Archon was a good way of getting ejected from the building, and she needed to be here. Still silent, she made her way back to the way she had come. Ooh, I need water. My pipes are getting dry. The cluster of furious arguing investigators had rearranged themselves into entirely new formations. Kaya scanned them as she walked, passing when she caught a glimpse of a familiar head of dark hair. Kellen, the agent who had helped to catch Atrata during the party. He was holding his own in an argument against three other investigators, clearly unhappy but not yet moved to anger. It was perfect. Apologies, said Kaya, inserting herself into the group and taking Kellen by Kellen's arm. I need him. Ken looked confused but didn't resist her pulling him away. The other investigators promptly closed the gap made by his absence, continuing their argument without missing a beat. Thank you for the save, he said. Once they were far enough down the hall, the others wouldn't hear. People are mad, starting to say things that they don't mean. What happened? Detective Proft went to speak with the prisoner in Azori's custody. When he got there, she was gone. They can't tell us where she went. A few of them even gone so far as to imply that Prof may have had something to do with our disappearance. Callan sounded personally offended by this challenge to the colleague's honor, then paused. Did you need something? Scooby-Doo ass run here. Look at this Scooby-Doo ass run. My man's looks like fucking Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo-Biddy. Yes, said Kaya. I need you to get me in to see Ezrem. He's a bit busy right now. Please, it's important. Helen blinked. Alright. I'll be welcome the interruption. When they reached the partially open door, Kellen knocked. A quick rap of his knuckles that silenced the ongoing argument. Can I help you? As called Ezra. Planeswalker Kaya is here. She says she needs to speak with you. Clear the room, barked Ezra. Several disgruntled agency investigators trickled out of the office, some directing glares at Kaya and Kellen. More quietly, Ezra called. You may come in now. Beckoning Kellen to follow, Kaya stepped into the office. Ezra was settled behind his desk rather than astride his mount, which answered a few questions about Archons, even as it raised several more, which was lounging on the pillows, watching the scene with sharp eyes. So the not one being, got it. The office was otherwise in reasonable condition, with only a few out-of-place papers to indicate if anything had happened. Close the door, said Ezra. Kellen did as asked, and Kai stepped forward to face Ezra. I changed my mind. I would like to take point on this investigation. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Ezra said, You realize the situation has changed. I do. The investigators made me aware. And you understand this will be substantially more difficult than it would have been when I first asked you. Yes. There's a chance that the Azorius, Taser Kolov, has been murdered. Ezra stopped, shocked into silence. Kaya took a step forward. I found a body. I'm willing to submit to questioning within the Verity Circle to confirm that I was not responsible. I'd gone to meet her. She had something she wanted to talk about. The note felt like it was burning a hole in her pocket. If handing it over to someone else, even Ezra would feel like admitting Tessa had conspired against the city. She couldn't do that. At least this was a way someone attached to the investigation would know about it, even if she wasn't admitting to anyone else until she absolutely must. On the other side of the office, Kellen made a small, confused sound. Kellen and Ezra turned towards him. Kellen's cheek reddened as he looked away from the combined gazes. You had something you wanted to add, investigators, rumbled Ezra. No. Yes? I mean, it's just that Taser Kolov was the head of the Orzhov. Yes, said Kaya. Believe me, I knew that better than anyone else you could ask. So, if she's dead, she's a ghost now, said Kellen, with the almost painful earnestness. Shouldn't you be able to, summon her and ask who killed her? There are a few problems with that. First, I'm not a necromancer. I can interact with ghosts, and I can sort of become a ghost without dying, which is a useful trick. I can talk to ghosts. I can talk to ghosts, but I can't summon them just because. I can ask politely, and when I'm dealing with Orzhov ghosts, I've always tried calling Tessa. In the study, Tessa's skin still warm, her blood still red. Kaya shook off the memory. I know she warded her own soul. It sounded practice for high-ranking Orzhov. It keeps their rivals from calling them back and binding them after they die. Not a medium, and I can't bring through her words. It will appear when she wants to. Until then, she's out of the picture. Helen frowned. Why wouldn't she want us to know who killed her? Quite a few reasons. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe it was one of her own. The Orzhov aren't always great at involving the other guilds in intra-guild affairs. If she was careless enough for someone to get a drop on her, this is how the leadership has changed before. Kaya fixed her attention back on Ezra. An answer, please. I asked you to lead the investigation, not give me orders. That's why I said please. Ezra sighed. You know I have to tell the Azorius about the death of the Guildmaster Karlov. I know. This can't stay private to an Orzhov matter. No two high-ranking guild officials dead in less than a week. I know that too. Hang on a second. I'm gonna I hunger. My tummy is rumbling. And thus I eat the tortilla chip. If the investigation finds something you like, or determines Guildmaster Koloff took her own life as part of some Orzhov power play, she didn't, say Kaya with absolute conviction. If there's always find something I don't like, I'll accept it. We'll go from there. I've had a lot of experience accepting things I don't like, but Teysa did not orchestrate her own murder. Very well, said Ezram. You returned before I could locate someone else to head the investigation. The position's yours. Your first task is to speak with the only other member of the guild leadership known to have been at the party who has yet to be checked in with us. Judith of Rakdos. Judith Rakdos. Given the unique nature of her position, she may not have interpreted your call as applying to her. She's happy to serve as speaker of her guild in any other circumstance. She knew we all wanted to speak with her. You begin with her. Inspector Kellen, you'll accompany her. Make sure everything proceeds according to protocol. We will solve this, and the Zurius will regret for defaming us. Kaya exchanged a look with Kellen. An investigation beginning in Rakdos territory was an investigation of interest, if nothing else. Yes, sir, she said. I am going to take a second to get up and get water, as well as continue to get a snack, because I'm hungry. I'm a hungry baby, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm back, y'all. I'll be honest. I'm eating some old pizza. Like, there's not water. There's not a drop of water in here. It's so dry. But yeah, I was in a situation where like I realized how hungry I was. But yeah, you listen to this fucking snap. That was crushed. I guess we're partners now, said Kellen as he walked Kaya back towards the door, sounding entirely too happy about the idea. He frowned at him. He shrugged. It's big. Big. It's interesting that I joined the agency because I like interesting things. I thought you joined it because you wanted to learn about your father. It's an interesting thing. Kellen smiled lopsidedly. When you Detective Proft caught that assassin, it was the most interesting thing I've seen in weeks. Murder isn't interesting. It's tragic and sad. But a foot chase through a crowded party, that's fascinating. I'm glad I could help. I'm just getting a little bit more. You know, even like super old pizza slaps. All right. And for some water. Ooh. All right. Kaya gave him a sidelong look, finding the urge to answer his smile with one of her own. There was something about him that lifted her spirits. Well, something untroubled and untainted by the terrible events of the last year. It was easy to take him at face value. It was something she didn't encounter nearly often enough. It was soothing. The motion in the halls was still going. Kellen skirted a new path around the edges of the building to avoid the worst of it, making them pass a large room with shimmering sheets of static force instead of walls. The space inside the static was filled with shelves, each loaded with its own assortment of containment capsules. Kellen saw her looking. That's where we put the evidence related to ongoing investigations, he said. The case is solved, the evidence gets processed, neutralized when necessary, and removed from our care. Until that happens, we keep it here, where it can't hurt anyone. Kaya blinked. What keeps people from just walking in and taking it? Anyone breaching the walls will trigger an alarm, and the walls will turn solid to trap them inside. Said Kellen. No one who tried it would be able to get out of the vault. Even someone with your abilities would find themselves stuck with an entire building full of angry agents between them and the exit. I mean the phasing, yes? Of course. Because I doubt that will stop a planeswalker from leaving Ravnica entirely. Kellen shrugged. If we start thinking in terms of needing to stop planeswalkers, there's no security left on the plane. He said, Ravnica learned that when the invasion came. Kaya winced at his tone. I'm sure it's not a real concern. I was curious. I'm sorry. It's nothing, he said, shaking off his momentary unhappiness as if it had never happened. It was indicated one of the containment capsules. That's the main reason I'd worry right now. That's where we're containing the Gruul god we detained when we've finished wrapping up the case, and he proved to the bros that it's not going to be a rampage. Oh, holy shit! I'm just skipping this. Wouldn't it be pretty? No, I wouldn't think so," said Kaya. Then she paused, a frown crossing her face. Kellen looked at her curiously. "What is it?" "A ghost just entered the building." Kellen's eyes widened. "Is it Guildmaster Karloff?" "No, I don't think so." "I don't think so. There's some might come here, but I think she'd come to me directly. Whoever it is, they're this way." She sped up, walking fast to the foot of the door, and Kellen followed, matching it step for step. I'm gonna go just nom real quick. No, it's so hard. In the entrance chamber stood a very familiar, very dead man. Darker skinned than Kaya Kellen, with gray short cropped hair and decorative drapes in the Boros colors attached to his semi-transparent armor. All of him was semi-transparent, really, making it easy to guess why the last of the gossiping agents had cleared out of the room to let him have it. Kaya inclined her head respectfully towards him. "Master Koss," she said, to what do we owe this honor?" "I didn't realize you joined the agency," said the ghostly figure. "Plan to start a cross-planar franchise?" "I'm helping with the investigation of Zagana's murder. I'm neutral enough in the eyes of the guilds that it seemed like a good use of available resources." The ghost snorted, looking unimpressed. "This is Investigator Kellen of the agency." She said, indicating the man beside her. "Kellen, this is Argus Koss. He was one of the Boros' best investigators when he was alive, and death didn't change that. Master Koss, you were just on our way to follow up with a potential person of interest. Can we help you with something? The Boros Legion has asked me to work alongside the agency, doing whatever they feel is necessary to catch the party of all parties responsible." He grimaced. "There's one thing every dead man likes is being sent to get someone to... Holy shit. There's one thing every dead man likes is being sent to get in the way of someone else's investigation. Didn't like it when I was in charge, don't like it now that Aurelia is running the show. Can't even do the polite thing and offer to get the coffee." "You'll want to speak with Ezra," said Kaya, sympathetically. "I get it. This isn't easy for any of us. We're going to find the answers. And while we don't bring back the dead, it will hopefully settle the guilds." "Nothing brings back the dead," said Argus. "Doesn't mean we don't want answers." "If you excuse us, we're going to find them," said Kaya. "I'm sure we'll see you when we get back." "Looks like I'm haunting your house for now," said Argus. Kaya and Kellen continued on and out of the door. "You know where we're going?" asked Kellen as they descended the stairs. Kaya glanced around to make sure no one not wearing the agency shield was in earshot, then said very quietly, "If we're going to speak with Judith, we need to head for Hellbender. Apparently that's where all the cool people are spending their evenings right now. Judith had never been anywhere but the center of celebration if she had any choice in the matter." "How are we going to get there?" "Carriage," Kaya said, stepped on the street and raised her hand, flagging the first unoccupied hackney with dromads to come trotting down the way. Ken looked nervous as he followed her into the vehicle. She smiled at him, trying not to feel like she was betraying Tessa by going to the nightclub when her friend was yet unburied. "Come on, kid, let's crack this case." The carriage led them into the front of the grandiose structure in the Plaza West. Two Bigfoot's neighbors and crowding them. Holy shit! losing my ability to read by the second, apparently. I'm gonna drink some water. I need coolant. The carriage let them out in front of the grandiose structure in Plaza West. Sorry, Goblin. A link. Okay, hang on. I'll be back real quick. I'm back, baby. I also have a delicious sody pop to go along with my water and chips. All right. The carriage let them out in front of the grandiose structure in Plaza West. Two Bigfoot's neighbors and crowding them out through their presence alone. A lanky teen in red and black lounged on the rail beside the scalloped marble steps. A toothpick bounced between his lips as he chewed on the end. He pulled it free at their approach, twirling it between his fingers before flicking it towards the street. Sneering, he focused on Kaya. "Pretty Ozov lady. You have no business here," he said. "Oh, you think I'm pretty?" she half simpered. Helen, who hadn't known her long enough. Helen, who hadn't known her long, but had known her long enough to realize how out of character this was, shot her an alarmed look. This alarm only grew when she took out 2 steps closer to the Rakdos boy, producing a knife from out inside her tunic. Its edges spat purple light as she grabbed the back of the boy's shirt and yanked him towards her. Kaya's look of delight faded to one of cold efficiency. "That's not how this is going to work." "Calling me pretty doesn't work," asked Kellen. "It's not what I meant," she nodded towards her hip, and Kellen looked lower. The Rakdos boy had a knife of his own, one that was currently buried in Kaya's faintly purple-tinted stomach. "Can't stab what's not solid," she said. "I, however, can stab you out as much as I want." Judith probably offered me an honorary guild membership if I made sure the splatter was artistic enough. She in? The boy's eyes widened. She is, he said. Kaya let him go, stepping back. Knife disappeared back into her clothing, her middle turning solid again. The boy took his own knife away, looked at her with aware unhappiness and that seemed to amass a degree of surprised amazement. You don't have to threaten me, he said. I'll let you in if you just pay the cover charge. Yeah, but like you said, I'm a pretty Orzhov lady. I don't pay anyone outside the guild if I don't have to, he said. Saya. Said Kaya. Wow, I'm like genuinely. Tongue is getting tired, I guess. It was too early for a crowd to have gathered inside Hellbender. A glance was enough to tell them that the place, while run down enough to come across the city, was dazzling at night. Its high ceiling strewn with hanging glass spheres that would refract and split light once the candles were set aflame. Most of them were clear. Others were red or a purple so dark it almost looked like they were throwing black light across the gathered crowd. The dance floor, now splintered in the daylight coming through the narrow windows, was wide and level enough that it was doubtless very popular with the kind of people who just wanted to cram themselves in until they could barely move, drink, and dance before the sunrise stopped them. I had never been one of those people, even when she was younger and less jaded by the multiverse. Sometimes she envied them a little. What must it be like to be able to forget the world outside your immediate needs? To have no responsibilities or obligations? The Rakdos traded in violence and in joy, and maybe they had the right idea. A vast bar took up one entire wall. There was no one there, but the bottles gleamed dimly through the window, through the shadows, inviting their approach. Helen, who was sticking close to Kaya, swallowed hard. I don't think there's anyone here, he said. Oh, she's here, said Kaya, crossing her arms. This is Judith. Judith she's waiting to make an entrance. There's a small curved stage at the far end of the room, and warm, deeply amused laughter echoed from the shadows behind the half-drawn curtain. Kaya walked up to it, Kellen beside her, and stopped about 6 feet away, waiting patiently for the laughter to stop. It finally tapered off, and Judith herself stepped out around the curtain to the center stage, as always dressed in the red, skin-tight leather and flowing velvet draperies, making sure as striking as a moving piece of scenery. Jason had enjoyed investing in her home and in the little luxuries like the moving topiaries. Judith had never felt the need to invest in anything other than herself. Not open yet, she said, crossing her own arms in an obvious mockery of Kaya, a smirk on her perfectly shaped, perfectly red lips. How'd you get in here? Hello, Judith, said Kaya. We didn't get much of a chance to talk at the party. I'm surprised to see that Tessa sent you an invitation. I would have expected her to show you more discretion in her guest list. Well, you know, Tessa. Judith waved her hands carelessly. Always aware of the Ingalls. A little spectacle is, what's the word you people like to use so proudly? Profitable. Yes, a spectacle is a lot of money, as long as it's on your side. Upset the people who call the scene changes and made a small tisk sound. Find yourself literally as well as creatively bankrupt. Not everything's about money. Judith let her hands fall theatrically to his sides and stared at Kaya. Now, I know a former Orzhov guildmaster didn't say that, just like I know you didn't come here because we failed to catch up properly at Tessa's little attempted party. Why are you here? Ezrim sent us, pointed Callan. Kaya shot him a sharp look. He ducked his head. Sorry, he mumbled. I didn't know what else to say. Kaya swallowed a sigh. According to Kellen, Oko was a fae, making Kellen half-fairy. Lies would be difficult for him, if they were possible at all. Maybe it was one of his Valena's do-gooder things that made him work for the agencies that made working for the agency a fascinating career choice for him. He must have known how to talk his way around an answer when not put on the spot by someone as artfully intimidating as Judith, who had honed the power of her presence to a razored edge. Ah, said Judith. This is my little disagreement with taste of that. Yes, said Kaya. Before Kelly could say anything. Disagreement? This was the first she was hearing of it. I hardly think an argument over interest rates gives me a cause to murder a Simkin guildmaster. Besides, don't you have your killer? Neither of them answered. Judith studied Kellen's face before bursting into laughter. The hidden mighty Azorius lost her, she said, utterly delighted. Oh, this is too good, but no, I didn't kill anyone. I submitted to a little verity game before I left the party. Once in my life, I can honestly say that I didn't do anything wrong. No one said you did, said Kaya. But you're here, which means someone thinks I did. You're missing a piece. There's more to the story than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Judith's lips stretched into a long, thin smile. She waited to reply, clearly savoring the suspense. You may have a killer in a Trata. That doesn't mean you're done. Go to Vitsugazi. You need to read the guild pact in its original form. The tree shelters it. It will clarify things, I think. Why? Began Kaya. Judith raised her hand. No, that's quite enough. You can go now. I've seen you. God damn! God damn! Okay, hang on. Okay. I'll crawl, dude. Through glass. I'd crawl through glass. I'll leave it at that. Also like the Rakdos signets here. Yeah, I'd crawl through glass. Kellen turned away. Recognizing dismissal, Kaya turned away. Kellen followed as she made for the door. He paused before exiting, looking back over his shoulder. Judith was still at center stage, waiting for them to go. For some reason, she looked smug, like everything was following her script once again. Kaya and Kellen stepped out into the fading light of day. So that's sus. That's a little sus. I don't think Judith did it. Again, that's a little too obvious for a Rakdos member like Judith. Though the artistry does line up with the Rakdos. The afternoon air was bright and crisp as the detective and the escaped fugitive made their way along a shadow-swamped street. Looked on either side by looming buildings that somehow managed to look more sinister than architecture could explain. Trenta moved with quick economy, her feet making no sound on the cracked cobblestone. Proft's tread was heavier. For all that they walked side by side. Ooh, hang on, wow, jeez. For all that they walked side by side, there was a distance between them. Like the Demure vampire was unsure of the company she kept. She kept slanting glances at Prof, frowning, tugging out of the corner of her mouth as she chewed on the questions she wasn't ready to quite ask yet. You say this is the last place you remember before you woke up in the party, said Prof, his tone mild, almost disinterested. Trenta didn't know him long, but she could tell that the tone for the trick it was. People would be eager to explain, to help him understand why he was wrong to dismiss them so easily. It was simply one of the more visible tools of his deep, deep toolbox. And even knowing it was for what it was, she found the urge to explain rising her chest. Not quite, she said. We're almost there. I must admit, I'm not familiar with the mere controlled parts of the city as I ought to be, said Proft. The Azorius are rarely welcome here, and now that I'm with the agency, we get surprisingly few calls investigating Demure territory. We don't enforce the law, we just help people answer questions they can't answer on their own. Do those who fall under the mere protection not ask questions? Now if they know what's good for them, said Atrata, stopping next to an apparently blank stretch of wall where she looked meaningfully at Croft. This is where a gentleman averts his eyes. I am nothing if not a gentleman, said Croft, turning his back ostentatiously. Was a gesture of good faith so vast that it took Atrata's breath away. Being her had been a surprise, insisting on accompanying her to trace what she remembered her steps before the party had been more in line with her expectations. Of course, he wasn't just going to let her go, not with a dead guild leader and a mystery to be solved. She raised her hands and let them dance around across the seemingly ordinary brick wall, tapping the mortar here, pressing it against the stone there. It was a complex pattern, years of practice allowing her to complete it in seconds. The weary grinding sound, a section of the wall slightly smaller than an ordinary door, shifted and slid inward, creating a crack large enough for her to wedge her hands inside. Woo! Giving any hiccup and burps and hiccups. Maybe slumbering on facility was not the most advisable idea for reading. Taking a little snack break. She didn't stop tapping as she slid her fingers into the gap, being the part of the pattern she would keep the door from slamming shut on her hand. The second groan, the door swung fully open, revealing a narrow wooden hall with splintery floorboards, light shining through a single cobweb-encrusted skylight. You can look now, she said. Croft turned, clearly unsurprised by the appearance of a secret entrance. I appreciate your cooperation with my investigation, he said. Of course I'm cooperating. She took a few steps into the hall and stopped, beckoning for him to follow, even though she had only barely gone far enough to leave the sufficient room. Croft raised his eyebrow and stepped through. Atrata took a step back, and the door slammed shut with a resonating crunching sound. Croft jumped, looking behind himself. Is it work? Ooh, brain fart. I'm good. Yeah, brain fart. What, more like ADHD moment. I saw. I checked my phone, like a big old baby. Delicious food. Originally, although the builders are long dead, no one knows about this entrance but me. If someone manages to follow me here and slip through the door before it closes, as soon as I step off the pressure plate in the floor, they'll learn why that's a bad decision. She said, tone mild. Fair enough. Croft moved to follow as she started walking again, heading for the less aggressive-looking door at the far end of the hall. What do you mean? Of course you're cooperating. Many wouldn't, innocent or not. I don't remember going to that party, much less getting ready for it, said Atrata. Where did I get the clothes I was wearing when they arrested me? There may be a dead member of the Silesian Conclave stuffed in a box somewhere, waiting to be found. If so, I don't really remember killing them either. Do you remember everyone you killed? Yes, she snapped. I'm a professional. I don't kill for free, and I don't forget the dead. I won't pretend to have some high-minded reason for doing the work I do. I'm good at it. I enjoy it well enough, and I like getting paid. But I'm an assassin, not a murderer. Guild doesn't look kindly on unsanctioned hits, which means that I'm not just in trouble with Azorius, I'm in the bad books for the house as well. What I still don't understand is why you're helping me. Ah, said Croft. That's a simple matter. Right now, you represent the most interesting puzzle set before me since the invasion. Most of the questions put the agency have an easy answer. They come quickly, we turn over a few rocks, and there's a solution ready to be unveiled. You, however, a trained demure assassin, killed a guild leader. Allegedly, said Atrata. Allegedly kills a guild leader in a manner out of keeping her profession and known kills. Then flees with a scene in a frankly clumsy way without sufficiently covering her tail. That's enough to make no sense on its own. Couple that with your lacking memory of the event of the party or the party itself, it was genuinely fascinating. Props watched as she unlocked the door. I have a bit of a reputation for continuing to dig long past the point where it would have been polite or politic to stop. It's got me into trouble before. It's going to get you into trouble this time too. The Zoyas found out what you've done, said Atrata, pushing the door open to reveal a surprisingly spacious room. He began to step inside and stop as Prof held up a hand, palm out. Yes? She asked. Are there any more little surprises for people who come in here without your consent? No. No one ever has made it this far, and I prefer not to need my guard when I'm I prefer not to need to be on my guard when I'm heading for bed. Then, if you would allow me, I would prefer to see the scene in its current undisturbed condition. Try to raise an eyebrow. Be my guest. Thank you. Prof smiled as he moved past her. Cheer up, Atrata. We have a mystery to solve. Atrata didn't look nearly as pleased by the idea as he did. The room itself seemed to be a combination of workshop and bedroom, with half the space is dedicated to the tools of her trade, weapons, vials of toxins, racks of disguises, and half containing her bed, everyday wardrobe, and a small table where she presumably took her meals. Everything was impeccably clean, everything except for the surface of the bedside table. I'll stop there, frowning. Do you customarily apply cosmetics in the bed? What? No. Do people do that? You take any medicines in the form of yellow-gray dust? Perhaps something to help you sleep? No. In my profession, a drugged sleep is the last one you ever have. Then, please come over here, carefully, and disturb nothing, unless you want to have a small jar prepared for poison that can be repurposed for collecting evidence. I'm afraid I was unable to request a proper investigator's kit while orchestrating your escape. Try to cross from the door to the workbench, grabbing a jar before moving to join Prof by the bed. Once there, she stopped, following his gaze to the bedside table. There, dusted across the wood onto the nearby pillowcase, was a fine yellowish-gray powder. I've never seen that before, she said. Suspected as much. Do you have a knife? Try to imagine not to roll her eyes as she handed him both the jar and a knife he was sure she hadn't been carrying when he released her from custody. Ah, well, if an assassin couldn't acquire a knife without being seen, they presumably wouldn't be an assassin for very long. Carefully avoiding any direct contact with the powder, he scripted as much of it as he could into the open jar before sealing it firmly. He held the knife out to Atrata, gripping one side of the hilt. I would clean this thoroughly before using any of its purpose, even murder. I do the same for this table and the bedding. I don't know what the substance is, but I know it isn't anything I've seen before. Given the situation as it currently exists, I would theorize it has something to do with your missing time, and the actions taken therein. How did it get here? Asked Atrata. She took the knife by the other side of the hilt, whipping it across the room to embed in the wall. That's an excellent question, he said, holding the jar up to study its contents through the glass. Shall we move on to answering it? I like Prof. He's kind of a dick, but like kind of a charming way. My man's a Scooby-Doo ass dude. Little snacky break. After the invasion, the citizens of Ravnica learned to take the threat of contamination seriously. Strata left without any of her belongings, saying that she could get a change of clothes in a bolted hole, one that didn't come with the risk of mysterious power working through the seams. He took the lead as they walked back down the hall. Prof followed, careful not to put his feet where hers had been. They were almost to the door when Strata heard a thump and a strangled squeak from behind her. That was all the indication she needed from attack in progress. For a moment, she considered continuing on her way. Few people knew about this particular hidey hole. Any one of them could have had their own grudge against Prost. And if the detective were mysteriously perished, there would be no one left who knew that she had escaped Azori's custody. She could walk out that door and disappear without a trace. Disappearing into a city that thought she was a murderer, that would stop nothing to see her apprehended, all because she allowed the only person who believed in her innocence to die. The frustrated Saya tried to turn, pulling 2 knives inside her shirt, and left to fight beside her. It wasn't a fight so much as an assault. Buck was on the ground, a figure dressed in red and black crouching over him, a knife in either hand. He had his arm up to protect his face and throat, and he was already bleeding from several shallow cuts by the time Strata barreled into the figure and knocked him away, sending him several feet down the dimly lit hall. It's Massacre Girl! It's the girl! That's her actual name! We don't know her name! Everyone just calls her Massacre Girl. The attacker recovered quickly, focusing on Strata. Strata matched them move for move, able to keep herself between the figure and the fallen Proft. Strata stopped, straightening. She knew that voice. Massacre Girl? Don't tell me you were going to be here. This is my place. Where else would I be? I don't know. Azori's custody? I'm out, she said flatly, not meshing Prost's role in making that happen. Her fellow assassin believed she could escape from Azori's prison? Well, she wasn't going to dissuade him. She began to circle in close confines of the hall, propped out between them, saying nothing but staring into the shadows with wide eyes. I'm sure you understand why that's unexpected. About as unexpected as seeing you here in my hideaway, attacking my guests. How'd you get in here anyways? Massacre Girl was good but off her guard. She couldn't keep herself from glancing upward. Trying to swallow the groan. The skylight? I just had the traps on that reinforced last season. Heavy storms. You gotta check your tripwires for the signs of decay. Go forward. That's a rookie mistake. Massacre Girl stopped circling. The paint red grin slashed across her face, pallid face still luridly visible in the gloom. Like I said, I didn't think you'd be here, and I wouldn't have taken the job if I'd known you were out. What's the job? They didn't pay for secrecy, so I was supposed to kill the man who caught you? He was brought as a warning sign to the agency to save our guild business. But if he's your... Yeah, he's mine. I'm helping out who really killed Zingana. Massacre Girl looked surprised. You mean it wasn't you? Have you ever known me to be that sloppy? Only when it comes to securing skylights. Massacre Girl said and cackled her own joke. The knives in her hands vanished back into her clothing. Sorry about the confusion. They didn't pay me the friends and families. They never do. They never do, said Strata, putting her own knives away. We good? We're good. Door unlocked? Yeah, let yourself out. See you when you clear your name, Massacre Girl said before turning attention to Proft. Sorry. This is such a weird occurrence. This is very weird. This is bizarre. About attempting to kill me, he asked, all wounded pride and confusion. No, about failing. Looks like it's bad for both of us. She grinned abruptly, the flash of white teeth through the painted red smile. It's always next time. She turned then and walking down the hall and vanishing out the door to the street. The Strata Proft Atrada offered Proft her hand, levering it up to the floor. You okay? I didn't come deep, he said. I've had worse. You're lucky whoever sent her hide of Rakdos, she said. Bulgaria and Demir assassins use a lot more poisons. Proft looked alarmed, she laughed. Don't worry about it. If you poisoned with knives, it would have been with a blood thinner to make the arterial spray prettier. And you'd already be bleeding out. Is that a friend of yours? He asked, beginning to gather his dignity around himself once again. A colleague? He does good work, so buck up. Our association is already increasing your value. I'm sure that will be very gratifying when I'm dead, he said. He said and sighed. Now come along. We shouldn't lurk where there might be assassins waiting. Where are we going anyway? You see an old friend of mine, not associated with the agency, and hence witheringly unlikely to turn us in. Who might be able to shed some light on what we found? Proft untensed his shoulders and returned to his normal position of easy self-confidence. Shall we away? Just don't get attacked again. I can't call in too many favors for you, said Atrada. Back break. I am eating slightly stale tortilla chips. Yeah, that was weird. That was a really weird segment. I wasn't expecting Massacre Girl just to be kind of like that. I also wasn't expecting that that's how she was introduced into the story. Crunch, 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 crunch. Nom, 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 nom. When Kaya had last seen V2 Ghazi, the great living guild hall had been dormant. So deeply damaged by the gods Eternals that even the mighty city tree had been unable to sustain itself. She had known at the time that the V2 Ghazi was not dead. Okay, hang on. Dog up, boys. A wild goblin has broken into my room yet again. She had known at the time that V2 Ghazi was not dead. The guild hall had actually been destroyed in battle, so Lesnia's morning would have been enough to tear the plane apart. Still, she hadn't been there to see the city tree assume its new form. As she and Kellen set off to follow Judith's parting instructions, she had to wonder what they would find. What they found was a road leading into one of the city's rare park systems, and carriage drivers who stopped when the road did. The edge of a vast rocky moor that seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. "Sorry, sir and ma'am," said the driver, twisting around to address them through the small window behind him. "This is as far as we can go." could have said as much when we told you where we were going to Kaya, when to get out of the carriage. I could have, yeah, he agreed, smiling tightly as Kel dropped their fare into his hand. Looking at the Kaya, the driver tapped Orzov's seal on his taxi license. And you think you could have been here when the Phyrexians came? Seems we all could have done a little better, don't you think? Wow, my god, they're being so petty! Everybody's so fucking petty, man. He flicked the reins to his drillmans and drove off, leaving Kaya and Kellen standing by the side of the road. Kaya glared after him. Dozens of sharp replies gathered on her tongue. He swallowed them all unspoken. He had been rude, but he had been wrong. Kenneth wasn't finished yet. Fixing a smile on her face, he turned to Kellen. Looks like we're walking from here, she said. I don't know this part. I've never been here before. You know the way to Futugazi? I do. Listen, Kaya. I'm sorry about Guildmaster Karlov. I know you two were friends. We weren't friends, Kaya said. Her relationship with Terra seemed entirely too complicated to sum it up with. They were lesbians! Well, we were close. I want to say I'm sorry. Did she come here alone? He asked. To Ravnica, I mean. His eyes popped open in surprise. How'd you know? Come on, kid. Give me some credit. She said. So, did she come here alone? No, counted after one. A friend of my own came with me. Where is she now? Kaya braced herself for another sad story. The multiverse seemed so full of them these days. Instead, to her surprise, Kellen grinned. Oh, she's in the rubble belt, I think. Something about an ancient ruin? She doesn't sit around and wait for my adventures. Kaya blinked. She knew that this was a walking ball of sunshine and should be annoying her by now, but somehow she didn't mind it. Well, Ashton was going to expect us to check in sooner than later, so we should probably keep moving. Come on. He gestured grandly for him to lead the way. After another moment of frowning at her, he started walking. Striking out across the moor in a straight line, Kaya followed close behind, stepping around the rocks rather than facing through them. For the moment, she wanted to exist on Ravnica, walking on Ravnican ground, solid and alive as Tessa would never be again. Ugh. She couldn't think that way. She wrenched her thoughts back into the present, watching Kellen walk, staying close behind. The young agent didn't complain about any of the strange things he'd been asked to do today. He's in Rakdos now heading for Futugazi. None of this could be ordinary for him. What is Futugazi doing all the way out here? He asked. Kellen glanced back at her. This park is part of the Conclave's holdings. After the invasion, the Guildhall was weak and needed semi-dormant for a while to recover its strength. Mott Selesnya told Trostani that Futugazi needs space to put down new root structures if it were to return to its former strength, and she moved the Guildhall here. It's going to take a long time, but this was deemed the best place for Futugazi to reconnect with the plane and properly recover. Said Kaya. She never put that much thought into the lengths of a tree the size and power of Futugazi would have to go to survive on a plane as urbanized as Ravnica, where every inch of dirt was deeded and exploited for the need of the city. It made sense that Selesnya would have had tucked away a few oases of whatever had been holy. It made sense that Selesnya would have tucked away a few oases of whatever had been here before the city came, using them as living batteries for situations like this one. As if there had ever been a situation like this one before. If not for the damage done by the God Eternals, even Even the Phyrexians might not have been able to harm Vitu-Ghazi enough to compel the tree to enter a period of dormancy. This was uncharted territory. The moor was beautiful, in its wild, improbable, pastoral way. Rocks jutted out of the earth and there, here and there, forming jagged obstacles in their path. Mixed brush in mixed brush in greens and yellows covered the ground. Some topped with tiny flowers, others bristling with thorns. Kaya tried to concentrate on where she was putting her feet rather than dwelling on the things she couldn't change. A howl split the air. Kellen stopped walking. Kaya did the same, moving so the two of them were standing back to back. "What was that?" she asked. "Don't know," said Kellen. "Very encouraging. Like the energy." Kellen's reply was cut off by a second howl, this one substantially closer. Kaya turned towards the sound and finally able to get a direction of it, and felt her entire body try to tense and relax at the same time. A massive white wolf was loping towards them, legs eating up the ground at an impossible pace as it closed, mouth open to reveal a full set of jagged, vicious-looking teeth. "Wolf," said Kellen in a strangled tone. "Yep." "Sound way too calm about this." "I know that wolf," said Kaya. "Will that keep it from eating us?" Kaya paused. "Hard to say," she allowed, after a moment of consideration. She drew her daggers from where they rested up against her hips. "Don't attack first, but feel free to defend yourself." Kellen still looked dubious, even as he pulled what looked two small baskets from his own belt. His hands fit neatly inside, and the woven lattice of the baskets lit up with elemental light before producing two short curving swords. Kaya raised her eyebrows, looking impressed. "Nice," she said. "Now remember, defense only." Hang on a second. Alright, I'm good now. The wolf continued running until it was 5 or 6 feet away, then skidded to a stop and began circling them, snarling. It seemed more interested in keeping them where they were than attacking. "How are you so calm? I told you I know this wolf." "Her name is Voya. He won't hurt us unless he decides we're a threat. Why is he here? Guess we'll know in a minute." The piercing whistle rang across the moor. Voya stopped circling and raised his head. Ears perked up as he turned towards the sound. He didn't move away from them, however, and quickly turned his attention to the cornered investigators. Kaya and Kelly remained where they were, still standing back to back when an elf in green and silver armor came looping across the moor to meet them. How he'd been able to get that close without being seen was anyone's guess. Magic, most likely, although not the kind Kaya herself knew. He stopped next to the wolf, setting a hand on Voya's shoulder. Kaya bowed her head respectfully. "Tolsimir?" he said. "It's Tolsimir. This is that's actually that's really pretty. That's probably Vitu-Ghazi I think that's Vitu-Ghazi in the background, because their symbol is Vitu-Ghazi. "We weren't expecting visitors today," he said. "Inspector Kellen and I are investigating the matters of Zagana's death," to Kaya. "It was suspected that we visit the Vitu-Ghazi and refer to a passage in the original guild pact. We intend no disrespect. I was unaware that the notice was required to visit the guild hall. Precautions have been put in place after what happened to Zagana," said Tolsimir. "I've heard rumors that she may not be the only guildier to have been harmed. I look within your own guild, Planeswalker Kaya. News of Terrace's death was spreading that fast? That's sus! That's a little sus. This is the same day." Kaya managed to suppress her surprise, barely, and only nodded. "Not my guild anymore," she said. "But we continue our journey." "I see you to the doors," said Tolsimir. Hands still resting on Voya's shoulders. He began to walk. Kaya and Kellen sheathed their weapons and followed him. Quickly, Vitu-Ghazi appeared before them, having previously been concealed by a curvature of the land. Kaya stared. The towering guild hall had reconfigured itself as it came to rest in the open moor. Formerly a tall tree cupping a grand city, it was now a tingle of roots draped around and across what looked like a remote country manor. Modest in comparison to what had been before, although still grand enough to rival Karlov Manor. Kaya knew the edifice couldn't be more than a year old, but managed to carry the impressions of having been there before. Whoa! Whoa, Cryptsune, hello! Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. You're here in a weird time. What were you doing, Cryptsune? I hope you had a great stream. Thank you for the follow, Silver Fox Princess. Yeah, hang on. Let me give you a shout out. I'm doing great. How are you doing, Cryptsune? What were you doing? I'm doing something weird today. This is kind of like a this is a bit of an experiment I'm doing right now. You know what I mean? Dog sounds. You know how it is. I'm gonna take this opportunity to seal away my door. That is totally Paleo Pines. That's the one with like the gay question mark? Pterodactyl question mark? I think I've seen it. Let's look it up. I'll just look it up. Paleo Pines. No, that's a completely different game. Completely different game to what I was thinking of. It's the Stardew one with dinosaurs. Yeah, completely different than what I was thinking. I was thinking of a completely there's a different game where it's like you play as dinosaurs, but like dinosaur people, I think. I don't remember the name or like the details all that much. I know it's like a narrative game, kind of like a Telltale game. The Telltale style. I guess so, yeah. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I am the Basco Prola. I'm gonna be your new robot best friend. This is a threat. In case you have never seen me before, I'm a variety streamer. I like mechs, I like lore. I definitely like lore. And all that good stuff. Yeah. I like horror. But I'm doing something a little weird today. So I'm a fan of Magic the Gathering. I'm not sure, like, do y'all know Magic the Gathering lore at all, out of curiosity? This is just a general chat question. Like how much Magic Gathering, how much magic do you gather, out of curiosity? Because personally speaking, I gather quite a lot of magic. And effectively, what we are doing right now is that we are none TBH. I have a deck, but I've never dug into it. That being said, my whole thing is lore and storytelling, so I'm down to learn. Hell yeah! So there's a new set coming out, and every time they do a new set, they do story with it, and This one is called The Murders of Karlov Manor. It is a mystery. And it takes place in a plane. Basically, imagine a planet, if you will, called Ravnica. And yeah, so Ravnica is controlled by 10 guilds. Each guild is a color combination, so it's like red, blue, red, white, red, black, red, green. I think I already said red, green. But yeah, so on and so forth, right? And the story, so I'm reading the story as it currently is, and the goal is to try to figure out who may be doing the murders. So far we have 2 murders of high class guild members, right? We had Zagana, which I will pull up a picture of now. Zagana, who was the leader of the Simic Guild. If I can actually get a picture that isn't pixelated, that'd be great. Sure, that works. So yeah, Zagana, who is the leader of the Simic Guild, well, was the leader. She got usurped by a different person named oh, I'm having a fucking brain fart right now. It's this hot lady right here. This is the current leader of Simic, but she used to be the leader of the Simic. She got murdered in chapter 2, and now Teysa is the leader of the Orzhov Syndicate. And this is what Teysa looks like. She's the leader of the Orzhov Syndicate. She's a lot older than she looks in the art, all things considered. But because of her position, she kind of she literally cheats death. Also, this dude has his tits out. I'll be honest, Teysa's really hot. I'm just gonna say it. Teysa's really hot. Teysa was also just murdered. So there's been 2 murders so far. There's been Zagana and Teysa Karlov. And Teysa is the leader of the Orzhov Syndicate, which is basically death and taxes made into a guild. As in, literally, if you die, you still have to pay off your debts. They use ghosts to pay off debts. So, yeah, dying is not a way of escaping your debt. And, so yeah, these 2 are dead. We are currently following a planeswalker, which is a person who is able to magically travel through different worlds, named Kaya, a sort of planeswalker. He planeswalks through different means. This is a whole other kind of worms I'm not going to get into now because it doesn't really relate to this. Named Kellen. He's from a different world, though. He's from a place called Eldraine. And we are also following a new character named Proft, as well as a vampire assassin named Etrata, which Etrata is this lady. This is Etrata right here. She's extremely pretty. This is also Etrata. This is Kaya. I don't think I have a picture. This is not anyone. That's Judith, and this is Proft. That's Proft. So, as you can see, a very motley crew of people. This is Judith. She's the leader of a different guild. I'm gonna be unhinged. I'd crawl through glass just for a whiff. You know what I mean? I'd crawl through glass. But yeah, so we're just currently reading, and I have like a little notepad and like a thesis going on right now. I currently speaking, a lot of what I thought could have been doing. So like, I think it could be Rakdos, which is a demon that might have possessed somebody. But there was a powder in Etrada's room, and Etrada was the one most likely to have killed Zagana, but she was in prison when Teysa died, so it wasn't Zagana in that case. Slash Etrada was in Proft's care at the time. Now, the big thing with that is that Teysa had something extremely sus. There was something extremely sus that Teysa had. So here's the thing, right? March of the Machines. So Teysa, a few sets ago, there was a huge event that happened called March of the Machines. It was when the Phyrexians, which, to summarize what a Phyrexian is, zombie robots, invaded the multiverse. And Teysa Karlov is part of Ravnica. Now, everyone who had feature art like this could get unique flavor text. This is a secret layer version where she's like super styling, and this is a really cool flavor text for her. But like, for instance, like saying like life and death are the side of the same coin. But this Teysa Karlov, it says her uncanny prediction of Phyrexian movements saved countless lives, though she never revealed the source of her information. So this is weird, right? That's weird. What's even weirder is that Kaya, when she found Teysa's body, she had a note on her, and her note was in Phyrexian. So that's extremely weird. It's extremely weird that was in Phyrexian, especially because it was in her handwriting. My idea is that Teysa may have... She may be a sleeper that is surviving somehow without Phyrexia. And I'm thinking the murders are two planeswalkers that were Phyrexianized. They were completed, called Vraska and Jace. Because not only was Etrada mind controlled, she was poisoned as well. So that seems to be very much in the MO of both Jace and Vraska, right? So I shall continue. Feel free to get yourself some snacks, get yourself some water. This is basically me reading a story. We have one more chapter to go after this and then be caught up, and we can start trying to formulate ideas. That's the strongest suspect so far, is that it is Vraska and Jace, even though they should be dead, but we never saw their bodies. So it's one of those things where I was like, we never saw the body, so they're not dead until proven otherwise. And also the fact that they probably appear in Outlaws of Junction, but that's neither here nor there. Alright. The towering Guildhall had reconfigured itself as it came to rest in the open moor. Only a tall tree cup in his grand city was now a tangle of roots draped around and across what looked like a remote country manor. Modest in comparison to what it had been before, although still grand enough to rival Karlov Manor. Kaya knew the edifice couldn't be more than a year old, but it managed to carry the impressions of of having been there before. Wood weathered by the passage of time, windows drooping slightly at the corners as if they could no longer hold themselves entirely open. A single trunk still stood, taking the form of a gnarled oak that stood higher than the house itself, sharing the roof with its branches, and its roots broke the soil all around the foundation, making it uneven and rippled as the living sea. Tulsimir smirked as he looked at her, judging her reaction. Like Ravnica itself, Virugazi may be transformed, but still, the city tree stands. This way, Stani will receive you. The door swung open as the group approached, apparently responding to their presence, and they continued inside, though the vaulted entrance hall and past the guild checkpoint into a smaller, cozier receiving room. The walls were lined with bookshelves clustered with the volumes of Ravnican history, and at the center of the room, another oak tree grew. No, not another, the same oak. There was only one tree after all, and it was all the tree outside and the tree inside and the manor itself. Kaya, who had beheld the true world tree of Kaldheim and the twisted invasion tree of New Phyrexia, caught her breath. Awed despite herself at the largest branches of the oak began to twist and move. Seamlessly, they became three women, seeming the human form that waist up, continuously bending branches from waist down. Three dryads, each one individual, and collectively the single entity which the world soul of Ravnica was said to speak. Kaya inclined her head. Tristani, she said, you have come to consult the original guild pack, if you would allow it. Yeah, I'll get a Tristani picture up. Tristani. MTG. This is what the Tristani look like. They are three ladies. Who would have guessed? Of course, said one of the dryads that made up the being known as Tristani. This one was called Cess, the dryad of order and the rightmost body. Our roots tell us you seek to serve the investigation, that you will find the person responsible for targeting our fellows. We are honored to assist. It took Kaya a moment to realize that this was Sim, the Dryad of Harmony. He was on the left of the thick branch from which they all grew. That was new. We all told your former guild leader has left us as well. Tessa's death will be avenged, said Kaya stiffly. Like all the deaths while you were gone? Mother, okay, this is like making me mad at this point. Just a slight aside, y'all. So Kaya is a fucking planeswalker, right? Ravnica is not her home. That's not her home plane. Well, plane of origin probably is the most appropriate term. Not her plane of origin. She has no obligation to stay in Ravnica except for the fact that she made herself a guild master. Now that's a huge deal. Basically made her Ravnica her home, but like, y'all, it's like they forgot the fact that the reason why she was gone was because she was trying to stop the invasion before it could begin. It's like, come on, guys, cut her some fucking slack. God damn. Okay, where was I? Asked Oba, the Dryad of Life. Her sisters turned on her, the three normally united dryads twinning around one another as they returned to the usual accord. Oba was, Kaya noted, the central body now. That corresponded to her influence in the tripart being. Life triumphant in the aftermath. She couldn't have said either way. Oba was still frowning when they returned to the mutual attention of their guests. Tulsimir will show you to the guild pact, said Sim. It had always been Selesnya's purpose to preserve the history of Ravnica. Here, in this new configuration, we are able to do so in a somewhat more accessible way. Anything you need to know, you should be able to find it here. That seemed to be their dismissal. Without another word, Tulsimir turned to leave the room. Kaya and Kellen had little choice but to follow. Has Tristani seemed different to you lately? Kaya asked once they were outside the room and halfway down the hall. She's still adjusting to the new shape of Vitu-Ghazi, said Tulsimir. The wind is different solo to the ground. There's much to get used to. Do you only need the original guild pact? Yo, hang on. That's pretty. That's super pretty. What the fuck? That's super pretty. Ben Hill. Good job, Ben Hill. You did a good job fucking... That's fucking great. And like it's stylized too. Like, hang on. We're just gonna because like there is definitely like a style from magic art, and this is definitely like a notable diversion of style, particularly with like the plant life. Oh, it's so good. Same with this one. This one's a bit of a this one's like the very this is like magic art. Like this is what you usually see with magic art. This one has a little bit of like, I would say like a touch of like anime to it. This one's pretty standard. This one is very standard. This one is also very standard, but fucking Prophet looks like a Scooby-Doo villain. That was all we were told to look for, said Kaya. May ask to see more if it sends us in a new direction. Very well, this way. He led them into a small room, an oak podium at the center. A bubble of magical force surrounded an open book. It faded when he waved his hand, leaving the book unprotected for them to read. I'll be with Tristani if you need me. Kaya and Kellen exchanged a look before she approached the podium, stepping up behind it and skimming her fingers down the page. It was open to the table of contents. Judith could have been more helpful about what specifically we're consulting, she said sourly. The rectors rarely seem inclined to assist with anything resembling an official investigation, even if it would help them, said Kellen. Whatever we're supposed to be looking for won't be about Judith, but it might be about her guild? That would make sense. Kaya checked the page again, then flipped deeper into the book, heading for the section established of the cult of Rakdos. Aloud she read, the cult's purpose is to be twofold. To serve the people of Ravnica, and to placate the demon Rakdos through blood and through fire. Grim, but not news. They shall satisfy their hungers as they see fit, and in doing so shall keep Rakdos satisfied. We hope by binding the guild to him that he will find a greater purpose than destruction. And there's a bunch of specific duties ascribed to the guild. Positioning members are expected and willing to assume how much chaos they're allowed to cause before the Senate gets involved. None of this is new. Why would Judith want us to see that? The book seems too large just to be about the just the guild pact, said Kellen. Is there anything else in there? There's some history at the back of each section, explaining the decisions that were made during the founding so the future keepers of the guild pact can understand them better. Kaya flipped forward again, pausing a few pages later. It's the hopes of the founder that, by binding the demon Rakdos to the people of his own, we can prevent his continuing to instill murderous rage in the citizens of Ravnica. This disruptive pastime has resulted in random slaughter and rampages, with even the meekest of people turning on their own kin without warning or due cause. Slowly, Kaya looked up. Didn't Otrata say that she didn't remember killing Zagana? Is this Rakdos? It might be Rakdos. Would Judith really implicate her own Parun? He asked, voice unsteady. To save her own skin? She might. Kai stepped away from the book, mouth set in a grim line. We need to report this to Ezra as soon as possible. Okay, this feels like it had a lot more pace. So like, basically the way that this has gone so far, set up the murder, set up and another murder, more setup / slight investigation, and now this one we actually have like a bit more. So I'm very interested in what's happening now. So it might be Rakdos. Here, I'll pull up a picture of Rakdos so the chat may see his beauty. So Rakdos, that's not Rakdos, that's Rakdos. Yeah, Rakdos is very much like typical demon. Yeah, very much the typical demon. Where are we going exactly? I'll be clear in short order. I tried to tap her chin and grab Prophet's arm. Before he could react, she pulled him into a nearby alley, spun him around, and pressed his back against the wall. He blinked as she loomed over him. She wasn't taller than he was. Looming should have been impossible, and yet he was accomplishing it. No, she said in a level, reasonable tone. I'll be clear right now, or we're not going any farther. I've had to prevent one attempt on your life. If it hadn't been someone who knows me, that would have not ended well for you. So you're going to tell me where we're going, and we're not, or we're not going there. Prof raised an eyebrow. She didn't flinch. After a long, strained silence, he sighed and glanced towards the street, apparently checking to see if their little altercation had attracted any unwanted attention. Seeing that they were alone, he turned to Atrada. I'll need you to release me first. Grudgingly, she let go of his arm. Prof rubbed the spot he had been gripping as he shook his head. Is such violence a common means of discussion among House Demir? He asked. It seems a bit blunt. Only when the person we're dealing with is immune to seeing sense, she said. Where are we going? The powder I found in your chamber is like nothing I've encountered before. We need to have it analyzed by someone we can trust, not to be working against us. You told me we were going to see a friend of yours. I thought it would involve walking down the street in broad daylight. I'm a fugitive. Look at this dude. This is a demon-ass demon. Demon-ass dude, if you will. A man made of chaos and demon juice. Yeah, look at this, the demon-ass demon. Yes, and apparently I'm a marked man. Your point would be? Something of Atrada's expression must have told Prof he was on thin ice because he continued. Kylox is a sensitive individual. After some issues with the espionage and patent theft, it becomes very attuned to anything that smacks subterfuge or deceit. With him, you're more likely to be seen and intercepted if you attempt to come in via a back route or a hidden passage than if you approach openly. Try to blinked. That may be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He's brilliant, really. Just paranoid. If it can be called paranoid when every one of his wild assertions is eventually proven true. Regardless, any route you could do is any route could do us material harm. We're going to see him, not someone else, because we can't go to the agency without revealing my involvement in your escape. We can't go to the guilds until we know who sent an assassin on my tail. This is someone I trust implicitly, who fears discovery enough to understand any request we make for circumception. I don't know this word. I don't think I've ever read this word out loud. Circumpection, I guess? Who will ask a few questions. There's none better in this city, I assure you. Try to frown. I still don't like this open of an approach. We're nearly there. You need to stop telling me things. You can't hold them back just because you want to look clever when you reveal them. Prof smiled very faintly. I'll take that under consideration. They left the alley for the street. At the corner, Prof turned and then turned again, heading down a narrow lane between two shops. Tried to follow, and when the lane branched, he turned again onto an even narrow substreet, barely wide enough to allow the shops on either side to open their doors. The street ended at a blank wall. Prof touched the wall, almost an invitation of Atrada at our hideout, then backtracked 3 storefronts to a door with a small plaque identifying as a bookkeeper's office. He rubbed his knuckles against it and stepped back, waiting. A After several seconds ticked by without anything changing, he frowned and knocked again. He waited longer this time, but he began to step forward and try to hold up his hand to stop him. I'm sturdier than you are, she explained, moving to try the doorknob. If this thing is such a shock or poison me or something, I'll probably be fine. You wouldn't be. A valid reason, if not one I particularly care for. Oh, hello! The doorknob twisted easily when she turned it, and when she let go, the door swung silently inwards. That's unusual. He never leaves the door unlocked. Lovely, so we're probably walking into a trap. Certainly hope not, Proft said. He pushed past her and stepping into the darkness beyond. Trata sighed and followed. As soon as they were both inside, a series of leaked tubes around the edges of the room lit up and light as the lightning elemental contained inside began darting back and forth, filling the air with a jittering, flickering light. There was a break in one of the containment units, which probably explained the flickering. Under ideal conditions, the elemental would have been steady enough to work by. The light was still enough to reveal small workshops, the sort of place maintained by a single inventor for the private use. Cozy and compact, and destroyed. It looks as if an entire gang of people had passed through, smashing everything they could get their hands on. Scraps of paper and bits of blueprint littered the floor. The active tubes were clearly a backup system. Larger tubes lower on the wall had been smashed, adding shards of glass to the debris. Prof moved to the center of the room, not saying a word. The crunch of glass under his feet and Estrada's quiet exclamation of general dismay were both swallowed by the silence. Proft stopped to take another look around before pressing his index finger together, resting them against his chin and bowing his head in apparent concentration. Thin blue lines spread outwards from his feet, racing across the room to crawl up the walls and across the ceiling. They met there, nodding together in an elaborate network of delicate tangles. The space between them lit up blue-white until the entire room was bathed in a magical glow. Proft at the center. He's doing magic shit! He said, lowering his hands. This isn't correct. The light pulsed, and the workshop was no longer destroyed. It was perfect and pristine, cluttered as an isn't workshop almost always were, but with no signs of anything more dramatic than a late-night brainstorm session had ever happened here. The light steadied, flicking fading as the containment system was restored. Slowly, Prof began pacing around the outside of the room, occasionally ruffling through the stacks of lightly limned papers or adjusting a pencil that Estrada knew for a fact that wasn't actually there anymore. Finally, he paused in front of the patch of wall, squinting at it and looking at the floor. Squinting at it before looking at the floor. I sometimes get very tongue-tied. I apologize in advance, Raiders. Alright. I tried your assistance, if you'd be so kind. He snapped his fingers and the lights shattered around them, replaced by the wreckage of the workshop as it actually existed. Estrada hurried across the room to stand beside him. He was looking at the floor when she got there, more specifically at a capsized bookshelf covering a large section of the floor. What do you need? I need this moved. And you think I can do it? I do. It was a simple statement, made with such assurance that Estrada was bending to move the bookshelf aside almost before she realized she was going to agree. It was made of good, sturdy hardwood that had clearly been designed to stand up to the rigors of the workshop. As she hoisted it off the floor, books and small boxes fell from the shelves, landing around her feet. Moving the bookshelf revealed a ruffled rug, which had almost entirely obscured. Prof nodded satisfaction and crouched down. This is normally where you would say thank you, said Estrada. Prof ignored her, flipping back the edge of the rug and revealing absolutely nothing. The secret door isn't work, he said, standing again as she set the bookshelf on its base. Try the same pattern here, if you would be so kind. Estrada looked at him suspiciously, but got down on her knee and began drumming her fingers against the floor. The old tap sounded solid, the next sounded almost hollow. She looked up again. No one builds a hidey hole like an isn't inventor. But once they had a mechanism that works, they tend to keep it until someone else manages to come up with something better, said Proft, taking a step back to give her a room. It's always amused me when Kylox was so angry about his spies in this last shared lab. He's as big of a thief as the rest of them. The square portion of the floor dropped several inches with a loud click. Trata kept drumming, rolling her eyes at the same time. Well, I suppose you would, suppose you like having people who are smarter than you around while you're trying to work? I wouldn't know, said Proft, as the floor dropped again. This time all the way, revealing a trapdoor. He stepped forward, offering to try to hand up. It's never happened. Shall we descend? Man, fucking Proft is such a bastard man, stinky bastard man. I want to suck his dick. The trapdoor led to a ladder. The ladder led down into the boiler pits, distant firelight illuminating the web of tangled pipes and exposed steam vents. The air was hot and heavy and remarkably fragrant. Proft took a satisfied breath and coughed. Breathe shallowly, he advised. This isn't the sewer, but the filth still stinks, regardless of the intent. I've been here before, said Atrata. Which way? Alex never leaves isn't-controlled territory if he can help it, said Proft. This pipe runs into two directions. That way, he leaves the district. This way, he moves deeper in. He went walking away from the district. Atrata followed without hesitation. They had gone about 10 feet when Atrata grabbed Proft by the shoulder. He stopped, looking back at her. She gestured downward. He glanced at the ground. Yes, the trip wire. I saw it. It's too obvious. There's probably a pressure plate on the other side. I anticipated that. She threw up her hands. Why am I trying so hard to keep you alive? Clearly you don't need it. No, but it's sweet of you. Proft turned, scanning the pipes until he found a break in the pattern. This way, I believe we'll find a host in short order. They squeezed through the gap he spotted, following the series of bends on the other sides until opened into a large chamber. There, hunched over a makeshift drafting desk and writing furiously, was a red Viashino. Facial scales reflecting the pallid light of lantern on the desk's edge. Hello, Kylox, said Proft. You've looked better. Kylox's head jerked up, eyes widening behind the magnifying lenses. Alquist! He exclaimed, dropping his pen. Seen more closely, he obviously hadn't escaped the destruction of his workshop unscathed. He was missing several scales, his clothing was torn and disarrayed, and the short spikes atop his head looked as though they had been brushed backwards, creating a prickly hedgehog effect. How did you? He asked in soft. Why am I asking? We'll have some nonsensical answer that ends with you here whether I want you here or not. What do you want? I want a substance I want you to analyze, said Proft as calm as if this were a perfectly normal place to be having a conversation about science. Kylox didn't appear to agree. He gaped at Proft. Get out, he said. What? Get out. No matter how many favors I owe you, I'm not doing this now. He cast an anxious glance at the passageway to come through. Were you followed? No, said Atrata with certainty. How'd you get here? Door in your workshop, said Proft. Really, Cox, if you would. How'd you open that? Why? No, never mind. Kylox rose, gathering an armful of papers on the desk. Tail swaying as he moved, there was a small shelf jammed below the row of pipes. I don't have the equipment here to do what you need. Proft. Go. I'll send you a message when it's safe. If you'll tell us what happened, perhaps we can help, said Proft. Can't help, said Kylox, glancing around as he stacked his papers. Everything about the inventor radiated anxiety. The way he stood, the way he moved, the tenor of his voice. I was working on something secret, something no one was meant to know. What sort of something? Asked Proft. Kylox's world exploded into motion. The specks on his head rose in agitation. No, not you. I can't tell you. I can tell Ezram. Only Ezram. Can get me to meet him without being seen? Is that within your power, oh great detective? The way he spoke the words, they weren't praise. He turned them into cutting insults. Tried to glance to see Proft to see how the man would react. His expression hadn't changed, and didn't as the sound of his footsteps echoed along the tunnels, racing towards the location. Alex's eyes widened. Then here, he moaned, and then, much soft voice, he commanded, "Leave me! Hide!" Proft moved, then, grabbing Atrata by the arm, pulling her with Proft moved, grabbing Atrata by the arm and pulling her with him across the room to a bank of unusually dense piping. He let her go. He let her to go to grab a section of the grid, pulling down and yanking it towards himself. It swung outward and he jumped inside and tried to close behind. When closed, the false wall of piping was solid, with only a few gaps which they could see the room. They watched in silence as a group of goblins poured another hidden passageway, surrounding the Kylox, who flinched away from them. Props tensed. The goblins produced thin lengths of mysium chain, wrapping them around Kylox, who said nothing and only allowed himself to be taken. Props slumped against the wall of their narrow hiding space. Estrada kept her eyes on the attack. Something moved in the corner, catching Prop's attention. Glanced towards it and watched the spider creep down the hall and vanished back into the shadow. When he looked back, the goblins were gone, and Cox was gone with them. He frowned and gestured for Estrada to open the wall again. The two stepped back into the now abandoned chamber. You always have to do you allow all your friends to be taken captive like that? Demanded Estrada. Cox is a coward in many ways, said Prof, scanning the area. He would have suggested we hide if he thought we couldn't help him. We were well outnumbered. He doesn't know about your capabilities, but by allowing himself to be taken, we can now follow and hopefully recover him. Come along. He strode across the room, heading for the entry the goblins had used. I really like Prof. He's really funny. He's very confident, and I like that. That he's a very confident detective. I'm definitely incorporating this into my belief system when I'm in LARP in the future. Alright. On the way, he paused by the shelf Cox had been next to, just long enough to grab a small, unornamented wooden box and tucked it beneath his arm. He tried to frowned. He didn't pause, and in the end, she had to follow. I was taking a little sippy of water. Being back on the busy streets of Ravnica was more of a relief than Kaya would have believed. I'm gonna try this one more time. Being back on the busy streets of Ravnica was more of a relief than Kaya would have believed before visiting the moor outside Vitugazi. Ravnica was supposed to be a place of constant sound and motion, life without end, even when it ended. Open spaces and green places were for Kaldheim and Dominaria, not for here. Not for the plane that had become her home. She knew these crowds. Even after everything, she knew these people. Knew the way they moved and hurried and from place to place. She knew if something broke. She knew when something broke the pattern. People behind them were moving the right way. She set a hand on Kellen's arm, guiding him towards the nearest alley. He started turning towards her, and she tightened her grip, still facing forward. Saying nothing, she said pleasantly, while being followed. Helen blinked, letting her lead him away from the crowd. Once they were in the alley, they turned, waiting. It was a short wait. A group of 6 people, long, dark robes followed them, too quickly to have arrived by accident, and fanned out to surround the pair. One of them had a hefty hammer. Kaya frowned. What is this? She asked. An ambush or a staring contest? The nearest robed figure lunged. Kaya danced back and kept moving as the other 5 joined the fray, all 6 attacking at once. Hey! They're doing the smart thing! Not in unison, but the convenient 1-by-1 oh. Well, never mind. They're being stupid. Not in unison, but not in the convenient 1-by-1 pattern so many groups seem to use either. 3 grabbed for Kaya. The other 3 lunged for Kellen. Kaya turned partially insubstantial, letting the first attacker charge right through her. His own momentum carried him into the nearby wall. He impacted the sickening crunch. That's a Selesnyan hammer. That's the Selesnya symbol, I think. Well, it looks like a Selesnyan pattern. Selesnya. Or no, I'm wrong. Wait. Guild symbols. Shit. Simic symbol. It's not exactly the Simic symbol, but it's patterned like the Simic symbol. So that's kind of weird. Drawing her daggers, Kaya focused on the others who had decided she was the better target, shifting her weight to her rear foots while she waited for them to come at her. They were both substantially larger than she was, making speed her best asset in this fight. Speed and the ability to turn insubstantial. It was almost exhilarating, having something as straightforward as the simple alley brawl to worry about. She spun and wove, letting them reach for her, striking them when they got too close. She dropped the first almost before the fight had been joined in earnest. The one with the hammer was down, felled by a blow to the back of the neck before she had a chance to check on Kellen. Like her, he was down to his last opponent. The other two were on the ground, their faces pressed into the alley floor. Genna used his swords drawn, had his swords drawn and was matching blade for blade with his remaining attacker, who held a previous vicious. Man, I've been reading for 4 hours straight aloud, so I'm like my mouth is like not wanting to work here. Who held a pair of vicious-looking knives. Kaya kicked her remaining opponent first in the knee, then in the groin. He folded like a broken ladder, and she kicked him in the head for a good measure before she started towards Kellen. Then she stopped dead, blinking. Kellen had hooked his blades around the attacker's knives and disarmed them with expert skill, leaving the man looking helplessly around for something else he could use as a weapon. Before he could find it, Kellen slammed his shoulder into the man's chest, knocking him back. Kaya moved towards the man, who was at least still conscious, and wrapped one hand around his throat, spinning her dagger in the other hand as she pinned him to the wall, trapping one arm against his body. "Hello," she said. "Where are your intended victims? You want to tell us why you came after us?" The man moved his arm free quick enough that if he had been holding another knife, he could have hurt her grievously. Instead, she shoved something that looked like a tiny green sprout into his mouth, triumphing light up his eyes as he swallowed. "What was that?" Kaya demanded. "I don't know. The one on the ground just did the same thing," said Kellen. Kaya could only see that the flesh of the man in front of her softened and turned green, growing plush as it transmuted into moss beneath her. So yeah, no, it's Simic. That's Simic shit. Then he dissolved, mass scattering across the alley floor, leaving the empty robes to drop to the ground. Kaya danced backward with a wordless sound of disgust, shaking his remains from her fingers. It didn't stick. No signs of the same transmutation marred her skin. Kellen was retching. Kaya turned to face him. All the other attackers had transformed into the same mossy scatter. Kellen bent forward, his hands on his knees, and paused. "Kaya, come over here." "Why?" "Because I need you to see something." Careful not to step in the moss, Kaya moved to Kellen's side. He drew one of his braces and stooped, shifting the cloak with a tip. "Look," he said. A tuft of white fur tipped in gray clung to the fabric. Kaya straightened, staring at him. Kellen did the same, and nodded slightly as he did. They were still staring at each other the way that an agency thopter. They were still staring at each other when an agency thopter zipped into the alley. The Futsu stopped between them and projected a hollow message from Ezra in his office, looking at them sternly. "Your recent altercation has been noted," it said. Borough's officers are on their way to your location. Secure the scene and return to headquarters." "Yes, sir," said Kellen automatically. The thopter zipped away as he pulled a pair of weighted ovals out of his pocket, just for Kaya to step out of the way as he affixed one to each side of the entrance. As soon as he let go, a ribbon of pure light extended between the two. "Agency barrier ward," said Kellen. "They let our investigators through, but no one else. Come on." Yeah, that seemed to be that's Simic shit that's happening. At least I'm pretty sure that sounds like Simic's MO to do something like that. Together they moved down the street, moving through the crowd swiftly without further challenge. The street agency headquarters was clear. Previously swarm of gossiping agents dissipated. Kaya still ducked behind Kellen as they climbed off their mounts and made for the doors, letting the actual official agent proceed into the building. The ghost of Argus Coast was waiting in the foyer. "The bosses wants you," he said as they entered. "Says it's urgent." "Doubly so for you, ma'am," he looked to Kaya, a sympathetic look on his faintly translucent face. That was enough to tell Kaya what Ezra had for her. She hurried down the hall, leaving Kellen and Argus Cost to follow. Ezra's door was closed when she arrived. She didn't bother knocking, but simply walked straight through. Ezrin was behind his desk. He looked up when she appeared, seemingly unsurprised by her entrance. "Thank you for coming so quickly," he said. "Though I have a door for a reason." There was a knock. Ezrin glanced towards it. "Some people remember manners," he said. "Come in." Yo, Gin! Thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. It's almost been 2 years. You're at 23 months. Jesus. Kellen slipped into the room. Argus Koss closed behind. He called Fuss. How you do? Okay, sorry. Let me continue. How you doing, Gin? Thank you so much for the subscription. It's wild though. Like straight up, it's been 23 months of you being subscribed. Only 20. Consume cool. Okay, are you gonna drown me? Is this what this is? You're gonna fucking drown me with water? Thank you. Counts. Yes. Ezrin's returned his attention to Kaya. Tiz's killer has been apprehended by the Azorius. Kaya's legs felt suddenly weak. He grabbed the edge of the bookshelf to hold herself up. "Sir?" "A low-level hitman, no guild affiliation," said Ezrin. He swears he doesn't know what happened. One minute he was walking through the 8th district, and next he was in Karlov Manor, covered in Tiz's blood. Ran till someone saw him leaving the area, and the Azorius were called. They have him in custody. Kaya and Callan were gaping at him when the door slammed open and Aurelia appeared, dragging a thrashing woman in Rakdos colors by the hair. The woman had been tied up, hands secured behind her back, but she fought like she thought she could break free. Aurelia half threw her to the floor, wings spread in indignation. "She was coming for me," snapped the voice cold as the grave. She killed 10 of my guards before I stopped her." "You cheated," snapped the woman. "Not supposed to bring wings to a ground fight. Naughty and nasty, and not playing fair." Aurelia ignored her, absorbed in her own fury. Oh shit! It was Massacre Girl that tried to get her. This is the one they call Massacre Girl. Her presence proves the cult of Rakdos is behind the senseless slaughter. We should have known. I'll gather the Legion and we'll march. If the Boros Legion marched to war against another guild within the city in such a delicate state of recovery, everything would collapse. The Demir were missing, the Bulgari were in self-imposed exile, and Ravnica couldn't afford to lose another guild. This might not be her home anymore, but that doesn't mean Kaya wanted to see the place burn. "Wait," said Kaya desperately. "Better listen, bird lady," Massacre Girl said Massacre Girl snidely. Kaya resisted the urge to kick her. These agents have been to see Judith of the Rakdos and will return to make the report, said Ezrin. "Agents?" Aurelia looked at Kaya quizzically, rage temporarily dimmed by confusion. "For this case," said Kaya, "I am more neutral than many. Massacre Girl, why did you attack the Boros role leader when you knew that was the possible consequences?" "I don't know," said Massacre Girl. "I don't remember anything before she was sweeping my legs out from under me and stepping on my chest. I didn't even get paid." Kaya turned back to Aurelia. "You see, this could be the connection to the other attack. In both cases, the assailants didn't remember the act, or know to evade the aftermath. The war leader, we spoke to Judith, and she didn't have a demeanor of a guilty person. Anything, she was helpful. She directed us towards a lead, which presently are investigating. Please, we need more time before these accusations are made against another guild. Even in the face of your own loss, you would press for patience," said Aurelia. "You would do the same if you were thinking clearly," said Argus Koss. "Listen to her. She speaks sense." Aurelia frowned at him. "You would advise me? You sent me to oversee. I'm overseeing." He looked at her calmly. "They need time." Aurelia closed her wings, still frowning. 24 hours. No more, and the assassin stays with us. Another prisoner is lost, heads will roll. God damn. Also, I'd also crawl through glass, just for a whiff. I will be completely honest with you, chat. Through glass. Through glass. That's all we need, said Kaya with evident relief. Araya gathered her prisoner and her pride is swept away. As soon as she was gone, Kaya sagged. Kellen put out an arm to steady her. It's fine, she said, waving away. Having to kill him means this isn't a trick. This is really gone. One more person she hadn't saved. One more friend she'd never seen again. Not in the same way. Tessa's ghost might come back. That wouldn't undo the damage. Kaya rubbed her face with one hand. Being someone she cared about was starting to feel like a dangerous proposition. We have 24 hours, she said, lowering her hand. Let's get to work. The goblins who had captured Kylox clearly hadn't realized anyone was watching. They made no effort to cover their tracks as they passed through the boiler pits to their own ladder to the street above. Prophet and Atrata stayed back far enough to not be seen and followed them out into the early evening. The kidnappers made no effort to hide their thrashing captive either, but no one looked too closely or stopped to ask them what they were doing. Prophet and Atrata continued to follow, not interfering as the goblins carried Kylox to the disreputable-looking pawn shop. They exchanged a look, then hurried to the store, stopping outside. Prophet produced something that looked like a small trumpet from the inside his jacket, pressing one end to his ear and the other to the glass. Atrata began to ask him a question. He waved her off and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Inside, a familiar, faintly nasally voice of a Krenko. Oh, this Krenko. Read out a clear and true. What do you know? Nothing, Kylox replied. I'm not. I don't understand what you think the killings. What do you know about the killings? I know enough to know I'm at risk here. You're going to tell me everything you know. Proft lowered the trumpet. Sounds like a threat to me, he said, looking to Rata. Those guards, do you think you can take them? Atrata looked mildly offended. I'm a professional. Excellent, Proft said, and kicked the door open. Atrata surged into the room like a shadowy tide, Proft strolling along behind her. That'll be quite enough of that, he said mildly as Atrata disarmed the first of the goblin guards. Krenko squawked in surprise, moving so two of his men could cover him, only to watch them go down as well. The demure assassin moved with a restrained grace, and in moments all 6 of the guards were on the ground, not moving. Atrata moved to start untying Kylox, while Prof focused on Krenko. What? He asked. Are you doing? Important people have been dying, said Krenko. I am important. I could be next. He indicated Kylox. Let's talk about doing work for important people. Well, he wouldn't work for me. He might know something. He's going to tell me. I did tell you, said Kylox, rubbing his wrist as he stood. I don't know anything. Alquist, thank you. I hope you understand what I was asking for. Proft didn't have time to respond before the window smashed in. A bulky man in labored clothes crashed into the room. He charged for Krenko, swinging a dagger, and ran into Kylox's fist. There was a strangled gasp as the Vishano fell out the way he did, motionless to the floor. Proft moved to his friend while Atrata slashed at the curling grip of the attacker, knocking the dagger loose. She jumped onto his back then and wrapped an arm around his throat. Yeah, that definitely looks like someone's being controlled. That looks like someone's being controlled there. Krenko, you useless pile of chains, she shouted. Surprise broke through Krenko's look of terror, and he hurried to get to the chains that had been used to tie up Kylox, tossing to Atrata. He squeezed the man's neck a little tighter, then slid down and began to tie him up quickly, immobilizing him. As he turned, Proft was there, bleak look on his face. Kylox, she asked. He shook his head. I'm so sorry. Am I? Stepped towards the Tucker. Why are you here? The man didn't answer, only snarled at the cowering Krenko. Proft frowned. His eyes on focus at Atrata. See? He was all too dilated. He was clearly intoxicated. Prof glanced over his shoulder. We need to break the fugue somehow. Allow me, Atrata said as she stepped in front of the man, locking her gaze on his own. There was no outward display of physical abilities, but she jerked back, pupils returning to a normal, When he jerked back, pupils returning to a more normal state as he tried to recoil from her and the fear she had induced. What am I doing here? He demanded. This isn't the florist. My husband's going to kill me. As I suspect. Prof turned to Rada. People are being brainwashed into these attacks. They can't be held responsible, as you can't. Someone is doing this, and I'm going to find out who. I believe that is it. I think we have caught up. Yeah, we are caught up. Alright, boys. So, we have a lot to kind of work on here, I think. The hard thing is that the hard, so people clearly are being brainwashed, right? This is the brainwashing matter. I think Rakdos is a red herring. Rakdos is a good choice, right? Because the old Rakdos just made people fight, right, without reason. So that being said, the primary issue I see with it being Rakdos is that he's a demon. He wouldn't need to use a powder, and the powder is clearly like playing a part into it. At least I would assume so. Because and on top of that, I feel like Rakdos's like powers would make people just fight the nearest person, not so much fight a select targets. So this does bring in a layer of like I'm not sure who is responsible, because Kellen and Kaya were attacked by Simic, it seems, right? At least people who had Simic stuff. But there was no reason for Simic to be attacked. Simic were already the antagonists, so I feel like it was more just those people were also in control. Maybe, I guess? Or maybe, but there wasn't, the hammer wasn't exactly the Simic symbol. It just resembled the patterns that you usually see with Simic symbology. And assuming the hammer even had any like the artwork has any bearing on actually like what's happening in the story in question. I still think to some extent it is Vraska and Jace. To some extent. Maybe they're super fucked up or something because of the Phyrexian-ness that they went through. So currently speaking, the prime suspects I think is Vannifar is back on the menu, especially with the attack that happened against Kaya and Kellen. They're clearly trying to make it look like Rakdos, but it feels Judith and Rakdos, the Rakdos cult is clearly a red herring, considering the fact that we had a Demir assassin as the first victim, and then we had a Rakdos. Okay, yeah, no, so Massacre Girl being involved is a red herring because she's also a professional, right? Like Massacre Girl is also professional. She know better than to be as sloppy as she was. And on top of that, I feel like to a certain extent, the target being Massacre Girl was specifically done because Kellen and Kaya were suspicious of the Rakdos cult. But luckily, Judith was helpful, and they know that it's most likely not them. I'm trying to think of who is capable of doing stuff like this. Because like genuinely, it feels like it is only going to be like Jason Vraska, because they keep bringing that up, and there is some extremely suspicious stuff involving. But what's up with the white fur? The powder could be. I'm thinking immediately the powder, especially with this recent attack, it could be a pollen or a spore, meaning that we're dealing with 3 guilds and potential targets therein. So, because Rakdos is clearly a red herring, the powder, the way it is, it could be like a. So like we'd be dealing with the Simic, the Selesnya, or the Golgari. Though that being said, the Golgari are in active exile, but it could be Vraska, who is still like fucked up from being Phyrexian. So yeah, that's our suspects. That's our list of suspects for today. It is the Golgari, the Simic, and the Selesnya. I'm leaning more towards Simic, so it could be Vannifar who did it, right? Because Vannifar and yeah, they had a disagreement in the beginning. It could have been what they were talking about with whatever Simic is doing. Although, I don't think Simic would be the antagonist 2 times in a row. Because the Simics already had kind of like a antagonist spot for a guild. So, I'm unsure. We need more puzzle pieces, but that's my conclusion. That's our conclusion for suspects. It is Simic, Golgari, Selesnya. It might be Selesnya. I'm kind of leaning towards Selesnya, or it's Jason Vraska, considering the mind control effect. But yeah, that was today's stream. I know it was a bit weirder than we usually do, but you know what? It is what it is. We are existing. Let's raid the Lex Temporis. I will try to stream tomorrow. Once again, I do have a new job coming up that is full-time as far as I'm aware. The hours are going to be a bit beefy, so we may, but it's going to be earlier in the day. So instead of being entirely me just existing and working throughout the day, it's going to be like half my day. Yeah, with that, I'll be streaming tomorrow on Monday, and yeah, I'll see you all next time.